Recording in progress.
We're on the
All
goddamn
right,
air.
All right, we're back. Technical difficulties. I'm 49. Okay, sue me.
My mixing might be off, fellas, so if you notice anything, I'm just gonna ping the channel. Podcast is live. Jason and Jacob. This time it's good. No bad net. Where the fuck is the... Holy shit. Channel, this is so hard to get a goddamn link. Here we go. Okay, so we are back. We apologize for the issues.
I have the perfect response, so.
Let me share my screen with Jason. I can't share my screen with Jason.
Okay, hold on. I can give you permission.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, I missed one thing. We just about got it. We're so close. Oh.
There we go. I think.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm sharing to you. You can see my screen.
Yes.
The stream can see my out of the park.
So, before we went live, Jacob seen what a new scout does to your scouting. My scout, for most players, are not even the red.
I don't think you guys realize how bad it was. It's disgusting.
It was
Jason's red
gross.
very low looked good compared to the shit that he had. It was the most foul thing I've ever seen. Thankfully,
new scout.
We're gonna go for my scout.
New scout
We're gonna get the best scout in the game. You're gonna see how a real man perceives the league. Because let me tell you, Bryce Barkmeyer's him. So we'll be able to talk all about the league in full confidence of everything. And starting in full confidence, we got the Vancouver Cascades, who were very confident.
So, they made a controversy. That trade with Atlanta was
so
kind
good
of a head shrinker, huh?
That was so good.
Wasn't it Wickman for Keith?
It was.
Yeah, it was Wickman for Keith.
Wickman for Keith. Both are expiring, but I don't know. I don't know why he didn't come say hi to me and ask about a guy with more than 1 year left for a catcher instead of like.
And especially in this game with relievers now, to get a good reliever
this is a top tier
is
reliever.
a leg up.
Yeah, like
it's
he's
a
got
leg
him as
up
a
on
stopper.
everything.
He's gonna play like 140 innings. Yeah, he's been playing like 150 innings every season. He's gonna be nuts. The rest of their team is like the exact same, who is very, very good. I don't know if you guys heard me the last time around, but I said that they won 92 games, but they were like minus. Their Pythag said 0, but their base runs was like -6 or something. So they were like really fucking good. And they just had bad sequencing all season. Had great sequencing and was getting all the hits they needed come the playoffs. And they dummied everybody. It was great. They were very, very good. So I understand exactly why they would run it back. That makes complete sense to me. Do you like them?
Yeah, I mean, they've been relatively good for the last like 3 or 4 years, and he made a couple big trades, and it's worked out. And I know he went all in, so I know he gave up multiple firsts for. I mean, he gave up the farm for Holby, and then gave up pretty big pick deal for Raton. So it was.
Yeah, the Raton trade, I think, kind of flies under the radar. That's a good point to bring up.
when you go all in and you win the SCS, and I don't care, it validates whatever you gave up. Because to win an SCS in this league, as competitive as it is, it's all worth it. I don't care what his record looks like
Ratone
now.
tied the
I don't care
stolen
that
base
he's at
record last year,
56.
eh?
Yeah,
The problem
yeah.
is
I mean,
that he did it in the same year that
he's
Negulescu
been
broke it.
way better.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been everything that he's wanted and more. Everything.
Yeah, I
So
agree. I agree.
yeah, and it's a really good roster. I know they're off to a bit of a slow start, but I think
That
I
doesn't
think this is a
mean
playoff team.
much.
I have no reason. I think they're a contender in the West again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna be a theme. We're gonna go playoff team or not playoff team because obviously, like our opinions may matter or may not be the same on every team. So, um,
Um,
so we'll play a game. Playoff team, not a playoff team.
they're a playoff team. I'll tell you that. I think they're very good.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't see a reason why they can't be very, very good. RJ Thomas is great. They're just well rounded. They don't have like a hole, in my opinion, especially now they made the trades that they did. Henage was it Henage or was it DeWitt Harris? One of them was fucking nuts in the playoffs for him.
I believe it was Henage.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, he was nuts in the playoffs for them. Their rotation's good. It's solid. Keefe gives them more in the pen, and they can hit like if Asher Words is their 8 hitter, I think that's pretty good. So I yeah, if this is their 9, I mean he's not a great defender, but they're well rounded. I this is very easily to me a playoff team. It's basically the same team as last year, right?
Yeah. Les Wickman.
Yeah, less Wickman, but he was just kind of a luxury, right? Like he was
Yeah.
DHing. They added Colson, who hits fucking nukes apparently. So, yeah, they should be great. They should be great. So, who do we talk about next? Because I don't think there's much
Mariners.
more. The Mariners. This is
Yeah.
an interesting team.
Yeah, because I was gonna tell you because on the predictions they were predicted kind of low, weren't they?
Yeah, they had like 86 wins or something, which like for
Yeah.
them is they've been like 100 win team like the last yeah, it's
Yeah.
been a
It's
while
yeah.
since they haven't been flirting with 100.
It looks like they've averaged about what 105 games on an average.
Yeah, give or take is since like 2047, which is just fucked.
Yeah.
I think they look a little more human this year. I still think they're pretty
Well,
good.
obviously the big loss is Madrano.
Yeah, he's kind
Which,
of dying, and he was trying to trade him. He's been trying to trade a whole bunch of pitchers, but they're still deep on pitching. Um, but they look a little more human to me across the board compared to like other years where I've just been like, who the fuck let these guys get so many good players? Like, how did they do this? Like, they don't look as good as they did. They still look really goddamn good.
yeah, I mean the top four in the rotation are arguably the best in the league.
My scout hates Becker now.
Well,
My
it
scout
depends
thinks
what you think
Becker
of Becker.
sucks. He
Right.
didn't
Well,
like
it
drop
depends what you
anything,
think
but
of
they're
Becker.
like, nope, his potential's a 60 instead of a 70 now.
Yeah. Well, I think there are 35 other teams that would kill for him. So,
I don't know. With that injury history, I don't know if they would. I mean, he's
I'll,
been of course he's been fucking healthy since he landed in
yeah,
Seattle.
yeah, he's fine. He's
Yeah.
fine.
Those arm injuries, they're nothing. Those Seattle doctors. Oh, they
Okay.
got better medicine than us.
Yeah, he might have a legendary trainer. You know.
No way he does. No way he does. He has a
Um.
legendary trainer.
Yeah, he's got a legendary. Of course he does.
But his worst attribute is his like
Okay.
arms, which is pretty
Okay.
funny
Okay. The
actually.
key is he's excellent on preventing arm injuries. Yeah. We just found the secret
The
sauce.
scene, yeah, yeah, we broke the code. Yeah,
That's the
56
code.
years of Sky. We've
Nobody was looking
finally
at the
broken the
trainer.
code.
Nobody was looking at his trainer. Dustin,
Yeah,
you're outed.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um, go ahead.
I think the Achilles heel is his offense.
So it's
Um,
been odd. Like they got reverse swept last year, and their bats just went cold. Like every year, their pitching's gonna be great. It's just it feels like they don't get the clutch hits, which is like for me super weird because you look through the lineup, they're deep. They've got guys at every position who can defend. They just get shit luck when it matters. Killsdonk is a hilarious signing to me after being in Toronto for so many years. But I don't know. Like things just fall apart for them in the playoffs. I don't know what it is for Dustin. But yeah, like I agree. It's probably the bats more so than it is the pitching, even if it does look a little more human this year around compared to last year's. Their pitching still like elite of elite, right?
you know, um, like if you look at his history of the last like 10 years, you could have imagined he would have won what, four SCSs?
It's actually
I mean,
crazy that they haven't won with
yeah, he
like
hasn't won any.
they haven't won since 2033 and they've
Yeah,
been
I mean,
like a high
look,
90s into like they hit 114 fucking wins in a season. Like they went 105, 107, 114. And you're
yeah,
telling me that they didn't win any of those years? That's fucking nuts. But like I
it's
don't know.
unexplainable. Like every year on the pod, we just get a hard on for his rotation, but they just don't win. And I don't. I think he did lose in the SCS once. In one of these years, he did lose in the SCS.
He
He
did.
did
He
make
lost
it,
to
and then I
Indy.
think lost.
He lost to
But
Indy in like 2050
yeah,
or some shit, I
yeah,
think.
and that was the indestructible ignition team with
Yeah.
yeah. So, um, it's crazy how good that they've been, and not to have an SCS title in the last 10 years. It's crazy.
I will say the one time he went all in and like actually bought like he rarely trades four guys and when he does is Dylan Becker, which like kind of surprises me. I get why, but with that injury history, the amount that he gave up is crazy to me. When I'm like, okay, let's spend that on like I don't know. There's got to be a bat. Like maybe try an extra bat. I don't know. I'm pulling at like any sort of fucking straws here to find anything that he should do differently, but it doesn't make sense to me as good as they've been. So I guess it's just like a laugh it off till you get the good dice rolls that you were hoping for. I guess right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to remember. Like, I think, as you said, he got reverse swept,
Yeah,
and
yeah, that was
like
brutal. I
no,
wasn't
but
on
like
all
that doesn't
day.
happen to the Mariners.
Yeah.
Like,
I remember I
it
wasn't
shouldn't
on
happen.
all day, and then I checked, and everybody was just like, really somber. I'm like, ooh, this is bad. What the fuck did Craig just do?
All
Um,
right, all right. So who finished third? Was it the Giants or was it Portland?
it was Portland and
Oh, we're
then the
talking about Portland
Giants.
already.
Yeah, this is like we'll talk about these next two teams a bit. I don't think the other teams are worth talking about. I don't know what the fuck is happening in Portland. I have thoughts about this team. I know Tyler is like he's here. I know
He's.
he's listening, but it's like what the fuck are you doing? Like are you just planning on being like an 86 win team and hoping to squeak into like an SCS one day somehow because like
I mean, he has made an SCS.
yeah, but like you're telling the current iteration, do you think that could like squeak into an SCS by accident? Like yes, he's got a
No,
fuck ton of injuries. I don't care. He didn't do enough in the offseason. He's got like four sidearmers in his rotation. What is he cooking here? I don't get it. Like Lamar Jackson, side armor. Ethan Minks, side armor. Rennie Leach just went out for 4 months, side armor. Grit Roadquist, side armor. He had what?
Okay, I'm doing the Trump meme. So you're telling me for the first time, I did not realize all sidearmers.
I don't get what he's doing. Like Eden Rice, you traded a fuck ton of shit for it. Not that much actually, all things considered. But that guy's dead. This guy's gonna be out for like 28 months. 2 setbacks on that injury.
I mean, that's unfortunate.
That sucks shit. Um, that sucks a lot of shit.
Yeah, because he will be dead by the time he comes back. There, no if ands or buts. Um,
But
the
like
sidearm is crazy, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm blown away. He has 4 in his rotation,
I
and 1 got hurt.
I know, and like yeah, there's guys hurt all over. Like Capellan is gonna come back. Eden Rice is dead. Kote will be back. Rennie Leach probably won't be back. But like this team on
He just
paper to
signed
me
Keller.
screams like an 86 win team. Like I
Okay,
don't get what he's doing.
okay. So he just signed Keller, and you know why he was still available? Because
Because
he's
he's
gonna get
fucking
hurt.
injured. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
like that guy has the big. He's the biggest. Is he in his AAA? Is he on a rehab
Now,
assignment?
yeah, he.
Put him
My
on a
lord,
rehab
yeah,
assignment.
he's a scroll guy.
Oh my god, is he fucking ever? Yeah.
I mean, that is the ultimate dice roll. Is that, you know, do you sign him for the 1 year he doesn't get hurt?
But like,
But
how do you predict that? That just seems,
yeah,
and it's
well,
like
I mean, you
any
don't,
of his prospects. He's like, okay, so he's got Henrik Len here. Len
and
looks
he should be up
good.
soon.
He'll be up at call up day, but there's like nothing else here that is like in the immediate future. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what's the plan here? Like, what are we pushing towards? Like, is Ethan Minks the missing piece? No, I don't think so. Is Seth DeFilippo having a breakout season the missing piece? I don't think so. I think this is just an 86 win team until like the end of eternity. And it's like, do you
Yeah.
trade for somebody? Like what do you do? I don't know what his plan is. I'm confused as
So
shit.
while I agree with you, um, his team and his roster is extremely mid, as the kids say. Um,
As the kids say. Yeah,
um,
eh?
um, I don't I don't hate his roster, but I
No.
just don't like he's what he's missing is a true number 1 starter, and he's
Yeah,
missing a true superstar bat.
I
And whether
agree.
that's led at call up day,
That's not
I'm
the
just like,
superstar bat to like get you there though. Like he
but no, but
bought
like
Steve Silver.
if if Henrik Len devs up even more and he comes in, well, that's a potential superstar bat.
That
Okay,
feels like a
but
long shot to me. That's like if my aunt had nuts, she'd be my uncle kind of situation. Like
yeah, I think this is going to be a 500-ish team, plus or minus a couple games. Um, because while the lineup is it's good, it's not great, you know, and his rotation, like you're just waiting for them to get hurt. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't get what he's cooking. It's it's a team.
yeah, I mean, he's going to beat the bad teams and he'll compete against the good teams, but
He'll never like break out. Yeah. It's just
yeah,
like a team. And I'm like it's inoffensive as one can be. I'm not overjoyed about this team. I'm not enamored about them. They're just a team that exists and will be okay at any given moment. And I'm like, you won 40 games one season recently. Yeah, 40 on the dot. Oh my god. Like, like, you've won 90 games once in, like, your entire fucking history as, like, in the human era. And it was 90 on the dot. There's no playoff appearances here. There's nothing. Like, let's
he did make it 1 year in the dynasty years. He made an SCS.
The
Okay.
dynasty. Yeah, was that the
Hey,
90 win
4 straight years
season?
in the
They hit
playoffs is
90
something.
and it was like, holy fucking shit, we did it,
Tyler
boys.
made an SCS. It counts.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I
Participation
know he's
trophies
trying
all
to win.
around, fellas. We've done it. We've done
Yeah.
it. I don't know. We're just gonna shit on these guys for like an hour if we keep this going. Do you want to go to the Giants? Because I don't have much to say where I'm not like beating the dead horse here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Matt.
He's
He
been
hasn't been active
busy.
in
I,
Slack
I was
lately.
DMing him a bit because I was trying to trade Ignacio Maya because he needed a catcher. He still needs a fucking catcher. Um, His team had shit luck last season. Like 2 seasons ago, I think they were all right. They were like building towards something. Yeah, 87 wins. They won 82 last season. And they had shit luck up until like the last month, if I'm not mistaken. They were like 10 games under 500. Then I went on like a bender. Um, who
And
was
that and
it?
that's Matt's teams. Like his teams will be garbage 1 month and then like on fire for 6 weeks.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just I that's Matt's team every year.
Like Teddy Lucas ended with six WAR, but I think like four of that was in like the last like 6 weeks. He was like garbage for most of the season, then was like, oh fuck, I know how to hit a baseball. I can do
So
that.
so as we were talking about the hops,
Yeah,
I think the Giants and the hops
they're kind of
are
similar to me.
are very similar, except the Giants have that superstar pitcher and hitter,
They do.
but they're both kind of mid.
Franklin Schmidt, by the way, superstar pitcher, signed a crazy contract recently.
I hadn't looked at it yet. I'm about to look at it, and let's.
Yeah, 130
Whoa!
million over 4 years.
Oh,
Oh
no,
yeah.
no,
Oh
40
yeah.
million,
He
40
got
million.
fucking paid. I don't hate it. He's
No,
durable. He's probably gonna be an Iron Man through this, and it's front loaded. So like, if he doesn't have other money to pay guys on, it makes perfect sense. I love that. Which, yeah, he doesn't have other money to worry about. That makes perfect sense to me. I love that for him. A shit ton of money, just an absolute metric fuck ton. There's a lot
but
of expiring guys, but I'm pretty sure Matt drafts like pretty well, if I'm not mistaken. He usually has some really decent depth. Yeah, this guy Sterling Harris, he moved him down to AAA. I don't think he should have. He looks ready to me, and I think he moved up to like 19 out of nowhere on the prospect rankings. So I think he TCR'd up like a whole bunch, but he's got like a couple guys like that I imagine he should probably just like say fuck it on the service time.
I'm looking at his minor leagues and an overview, and
Yeah,
he's got guys are 23 and 24. A couple guys at the top of his prospect list. So guys are about ready to come up. So he's
yeah.
about to get Harris and Braun and um, Madeira, who looks like a pretty good prospect. Just saying that he's got some guys on the come. So
He's got
then with Lucas,
sneaky guys.
I would say if Matt can hold his ground, and then at call up day, if some of these guys come up and they make his lineup even stronger,
Just say
like
fuck it.
maybe Giants
Just say
may.
say fuck it on the service time and go for it. I think the West, all in all, is ripe for a team to come out of nowhere, and I think he's got the top end talent. Like Kenny Lawrence, I think is a very good bat. Schlusner's an interesting piece. I wonder if we'll see him on the trade block at some point because he's got him in right field just because he's got better second baseman. But he could be a very good second baseman for someone else. Um, there's a whole bunch of guys like that. He's right there on the cusp with like one or two more pieces. I don't think his rotation's that good. Um,
He definitely he needs to add
Holy
like
fuck! Who the
his
fuck is
prospects are
Maxwell
appear to be all bad.
Baxter?
So if he could add a number two starter, you know, deep in his rotation. He's got the best probably stopper in the game in Baxter.
Yeah, who the fuck is this guy? How have I not seen this guy like ever?
Yeah,
What the
and
fuck
he's
is
23.
this?
Yeah, this is, by the way, side armor. Yeah, and I mean, you used to see this guy with the Mariners. No, he's on the fucking Giants.
Leighton Whaley's a pretty good pickup. Like if they end up being dead at the deadline, this is a pretty good pickup. Former Yankee, for all those listening at home. But there's like a whole bunch of young guys, like Cliff Arias. Like there's pieces here he's building towards something. I trust Matt to like inevitably put it together. I just don't know when that is. But I do agree with you that they're like the Hops. So, do you want to get to these last two teams? We'll talk about them
Well,
briefly.
now we're gonna get to the teams that are not the good teams.
Yeah, I think Oakland finished above Colorado, so let's start with them. There's not much here. Where the fuck is
No,
Mendoza?
I mean,
where
is he
is
hurt?
Mendoza? No, he's not here. Where the fuck is Dylan Mendoza?
he's on a rehab.
Oh, okay. Because this guy's up to like the number 6 OSA pitcher, like a number 3 OSA
So
pitcher. I thought.
he actually signed Cordell as well. So that's a fun.
Did he really?
He signed Cordell.
Oh my
Um,
god.
While I think we know how that ends,
Yeah,
until it does, that's kind of a fun number one too.
that is.
I will give him
Holy
that.
shit.
And I'm looking at his active roster.
Oh my god.
I see a couple ex-Pirates, so I see, okay, okay, how bad can it be? Right?
Couple ex-Pirates here, boys. Let's give them their time of day. Yep.
Well, no, I'm going to be positive here because I don't think Andy is expecting to be any good, but if Cordell and Mendoza are healthy, that's a nice 1-2, and I believe if Cordell is healthy at the deadline, you could bink them for, a 2 and a 4.
Okay, but
right?
you're expecting Andy to make a trade block post.
Well, okay, well,
You know what?
mean,
I take that back. I take that back. Andy made the best trade block post of the fucking
he makes the best
offseason.
ones.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
I'm a
makes the
chubby
best
girl at the club looking for some action.
Yes. But
I wanted to trade with him just because of that. And if you guys didn't, you're fucking lying.
this is not a playoff roster.
No.
This is not a 500 roster.
No.
This is a we're rebuilding
This is something.
We're gonna lose 95 games.
Yeah,
roster.
Fallon Harrigan, I think, could be a good piece to trade at the deadline.
Yeah, I mean there's some guys here that you can move, but you got to be proactive about it.
Yeah.
Now, I said this last year on the pod. When does he move Mendoza?
So, like, if he wants to get his timing right and actually get things together, then, like, you move Mendoza earlier rather than later. But, like, he's going to hold... We know what's going to happen. He's going to hold on to him for too long. He's either going to fucking walk or he's going to sign him to some dog shit contract. He's going to fall off. He's never going to be able to trade him, and he's just going to rot in Oakland on, like, a bad team. Like, this... Because he can't build around him because now he's paid too much. So... I don't know. This is a team. Andy's trying his best. He makes the funniest trade posts. One of my favorites, but
yeah,
they suck shit. I'm sorry, buddy.
I guess the Rockies are next, and
they
Keeper
sure are.
actually had a funny post about his pitching staff. I think they're all Rule 5 guys or something.
Besides
really
McLean, who is a
probably
sneaky
a Hall of Famer.
good pitcher. Like, is this like a potential like Hall of Fame guy here?
I don't know if you were in the league when he was peak. He had probably the sexiest bars we've ever seen as a pitcher. Every bar was blue. Stuff, movement, control, all his pitches. Now this is 35-year-old McLean. They're green now. He literally was the sexiest pitcher you've ever seen.
Like, he's an Iron Man, So like, dude, if he has another good season or two, he's got to be a Hall of Famer, right?
I I'm he I
If
think
he if he finishes his career in Colorado, say he does it all in Colorado, he's a one teamer. He's got to be a Hall of Famer, right?
yeah, I I would think. Well, I mean, he's at 59 WAR now, and 60 WAR is kind of my threshold where I start to really consider for a pitcher and a hitter. 60 WAR is kind of my thing. Um, I mean, he's pitched for a lot of bad teams. Like, I don't think he's pitching the play. He's probably pitching the playoffs, but
That's a great point, Dan.
um,
McLean's a
I don't know.
surefire
You
Hall
see,
of Famer with those
if they
numbers
had
playing
some
at cores.
success, if they had a deep run one year with McLean, and McLean was the reason why, then yeah, maybe you say he's got a Hall of Fame vote. But I mean, we all know he's been very good. But
He
I mean,
just
he's pitched
drafted
for
this guy.
yeah.
Keefe
I
is on
mean,
to something. Kiefer is on to something here. I like what he's building. Like, look at he's got a whole fuck ton of guys that are on their way. I really hope this fucking knuckleballer Owen McCusker works out. I wanted to draft him so damn bad. Like, if his control can just fill out to like 45, he can play. There's a lot of guys here that are good. They're gonna suck shit, but there's a lot of guys here who are potentially good, you know?
and I think we should talk about the 1-1 and the shortstop because
Oh,
uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I mean,
I put that guy up on my screen briefly. Yeah, Mitch Carson. Yeah, this guy's gonna
yeah,
be so fucking nuts.
yeah.
This guy's gonna break shit. This guy, this is gonna be stupid.
The ZR is going to be off the hook. Like,
If he hits like, okay, so the thing is, he's gonna drop in his D+1, but if he drops in his D+1, it doesn't matter as long as his like, if his defense stays the same, which like at 6 foot 175, I think it probably can. But say his bat drops, but he's like 55 50, 45 50, 60. He's nuts. He's like the best hitting shortstop in the league with
yeah,
like broken defense. And like we don't know if he is above 80 at any of these things, which he very well could be. So, yeah, this guy looks like a surefire thing to me. He could be up like call up day next season, which is fucking nuts. So, I love what he's got going on. I think it will come to fruition sooner rather than later, and they'll be like a really, really good team. They're just gonna suck shit now, so it's just like let's talk about.
yeah, and he's perfectly fine with it.
Yeah,
He
yeah. Kiefer's good because he just makes trades to get any assets. He's smart and he knows that he's not gonna hold out for like the best deal possible if he can just get any deal. Because any deal is better than no deal. So I respect what Kiefer's doing. I think he's rebuilding well, and they will be good soon. So, um, yeah, that's all I have to say about the Northwest. Do we rank the divisions first or what?
um I think it goes Mariners, Cascades, Hops, Giants, Oakland, Rockies.
Yeah, I think Seattle and Vancouver are like two surefire playoff teams. If the
And
Hops
then
or
after that
Giants
it gets
get
murky.
good bounces, they could be like an 8 seed or a 7 seed, and then like the Rockies and Athletics are just not playoff teams. They'll be bad.
Yeah.
So I don't think either of us are going to disagree on that. So
All right.
do you want to do the Central or the
Yeah,
Pacific
let's go to
next?
Central.
The Central is fascinating. So the White Sox won the division. Do we start with them?
No, the Royals won the division.
You're right. The fucking Royals won the division. Oh my
So
god, how did I
so
miss that?
so shockingly, when Kaufman went down, Matt stopped showing up in Slack.
I haven't seen from
Um,
him in a while. Yeah,
so
you're right.
this Royals team is not like last year's.
No,
Okay.
they're bad.
Cordell is gone. Kaufman's out for the year. Dominique is now gone. Um, I don't know if the Royals make the playoffs.
He's doing the same shit he used to do before he had Hadley Smart, where he had like a bunch of like overpaid vets that are like about to fall off. Like Christopher James, 38, about to turn 39. A bunch of like guys that were good that no longer are, and he's like overpaying to keep them around so that he can like build a team of some sorts of like popular
Yeah,
guys.
like
But he's
like
got
last
Hadley
year's
Smart
team.
now, and so like he wins games like by accident because this guy is fucking stupid.
Right. Well, and I'll give Matt some props. Last year's team looked really damn good. Like they were scary
Eh,
good. I thought they were scary good with
okay.
Kaufman and Cordell. Like because Cordell was healthy for most of the year, I believe. Um, so that team just with Ramba, that was a good 1, 2, and 3. And then his lineup was good because he had Suarez and Hadley Smart. I mean, his lineup was better last year. Like
Suarez
this is
being good last year was fucking hilarious because he traded
right.
like a second for him and was like,
Yeah.
no, I didn't trade a
And,
second for like a first baseman. I traded a
well,
second for a DH. And I was
but he
like, you're
worked out. Yeah.
crazy.
And guess what? It worked out.
Yeah, I know. I
This
fucking
team
know.
does not look like last year's team.
Peter
In
Geis was a great signing, by the way. This
yeah.
guy, he dropped his range, but this for like 7 mil is actually very good after the season he had because he had like 5 WAR last year. To get him for like under 7 is insane.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't like this team as much as I did last year, obviously. And
yeah,
it
he's
just
been trying to trade like Clement Simpson and Norm Walker
yeah.
for a while.
Um Matt Matt has a bigger plan, obviously, because he's trying to win.
Obviously, yeah.
I'm not sure what it is because well, I mean, no, I'm just saying, like last year's team was, I felt, was his best team in about 30 years, and this
Probably.
team does not look like that team. So,
It was probably his best team ever.
it's,
96
it's,
wins. When was the last time he won 98 in 2042? Probably by accident. And before that, like,
yeah,
yeah, that's his second best team ever. Probably his best team ever, if we're being honest, because like the skill of the average GM has increased by all accounts. It sounds like so. I don't know. It's not like they have prospects. He hasn't picked yet. Yep, Powell Braun, his number one pick.
that's not really a prospect.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing here. So it's just like he's gonna try to trade Norm Walker. He's gonna like harass all of us in DMs to try and trade so. Um, it'll just end up. I don't know. They were good. I imagine they're okay. I imagine they're like 75 to like 85 wins, depending on how the dice rolls go.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
feels like fair to me, and it's just a question of if they're in it at the trade deadline and he like makes a bunch of stupid trades to make the playoffs again, or whether he just like trades everybody that's expiring, which I imagine is everybody. Yeah,
So,
it's pretty much everybody.
so the problem with that though is that in order to get players that will help you, you have to trade the players that are good for you now. Like you don't have prospects to trade. You don't have
Well,
draft
he's
picks to
never
trade.
been
So
good. Who does?
he's
Why
never
does he
making
care?
an all in move because he has nothing to trade.
He made the
He
playoffs for
has
the
to trade
first
a good
time in
play. Like
13
I would
seasons.
bet
He doesn't
that
care.
I would bet that Kaufman is going on the block soon.
Dude, who's gonna trade for Rob fucking Kaufman with this injury history?
I'm just saying.
like, like that guy's fucking dead. Boston Tyler made such a good decision sending him off when he did. It's like I imagine they all end up on the block because I don't think there's any Kansas City player that's ever off the block the way that Matt like operates. But like, what are we doing, right? That's always the question with Kansas City.
So is this a playoff team?
No,
You say no. I
no, no, not a fucking chance.
okay. I think I agree with you. I think the roster might be better than the Hops, so maybe he gets in that A seed. But
You know
I don't know.
what? I would actually give it to you. I would give that to you. At first, I was like, "What the fuck, Jason? Are you just being like crazy?" But on
No
second thought, I actually they have more front and top tier
talent,
talent,
yes,
so I
Smart,
will give that to you.
Ramba, Simpson. There's actually some play. Norm Walker's good.
Yeah,
Just yeah. Just
yeah. I'll give that to you. Yeah. Um, Second was the
White
White
Sox.
Sox, I believe, right?
And all we really have to do is just hit play on his little video every year. Um,
um, AJ once said he worked in HR, and for some reason now, all that I can think in my head when I watch those videos is Sean Spicer, like, or a dude with a Sean Spicer haircut, narrating his out of the park team, and I don't know why. But I'm just picturing that every time I watch those videos, and AJ knows his shit. AJ always has a well-rounded team. It's like Ben Paulson is. You know what? Ben Paulson's kind of overrated. I said this earlier, but he gives up way too many home runs. He's a fly baller. His bars look great. He's never actually put it together. He's never put it together. So that's kind of crazy to me, even despite that. But like he's deep across the board. He's got Colin Day now, who I think dev'd down. Yeah, he dev'd down for me. But he still should be good.
he's a mid rotation guy.
Yeah, I agree with that. AJ was hyping him up as like this elite starter that'll be one of the best in the business. Like, I don't know, brother.
He looks to be a very good pitcher.
I
I
think he'll be like a reliable pitcher all the way through. Then he blew out his arm. His control died. Not died, but like it went down a bit in potential. And I just don't see the upside that I think he does. So I think he might be overhyping him a bit. He's got a little bit of bias, some rose
AJ
tinted
overhyping his
glasses.
team. What?
But they're deep. They're deep all around,
No,
right?
this
Like
is AJ always has a very good looking squad. It's whether you think this is a team that's a serious contender. This is a playoff team,
yeah,
but are they a
absolutely.
serious contender because he can never get over the hump? He's 0-4 in the SCS. That's crazy. That is Milwaukee Andrew ish. Okay. Way way back in the day, Andrew made 4 consecutive SCSs and
There's I
lost
don't
every.
believe that for a fucking second. I
He
there's
made four
what?
consecutive. I believe it's 4 consecutive and lost every one of them.
Really?
Yeah, in the early, the first 5 years of the league.
Um, I'd like to talk about Billy Plato. If we're gonna hype up some some Chicago White Sox, Billy Plato's the guy you hype up. This guy looks nuts. I think he looks like a great third baseman. He's gonna hit for a lot of power. He doesn't look splitty. In fact, he looks like way
No,
better. Holy fucking shit. So I'll give AJ props on him. But like there's not a bad player on his roster, right? Like there's not anybody you look at. I think he tried to trade Noah Powell. How many years does he have left? Oh, he's expiring after this season. God damn, he signs guys for a lot of fucking years. Holy shit.
he protects his own
Yeah, god damn.
until
Loyalty.
until they hit the age of like
33.
34, and then he's like, "Get the fuck out."
Yeah, like he drafts decently. I think he's got guys. He knows his fundamentals. This is his best prospect. I totally agree with this. This guy looks nuts to me.
Oh, that catcher! I wanted that catcher in the draft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so did I. He fell to the sec. He fell to the 61st pick. That was like borderline like negligent by like 60 GMs. 60. We have 60 GMs now. 30
Yeah.
GMs, let's say. Let them fall that far into the second, but they're good. They still should be good. The issue is like, are they like, do they have a game breaking guy? Or
I
do they not?
no. I mean, the lineup is very strong, but is who's that stud?
I like it was
Ferguson?
supposed to be
I don't
Sean
know.
Ferguson. He was bad
And
last year, and AJ just like kept Debbie Downering him.
yeah,
Um, so I don't know. Like I'm gonna say it might be Billy Plato. This guy looks nuts to me. Like
yeah. I mean,
this should be like a
he's
300
26.
average.
By the way, he's not 23. He's
Why
26.
the fuck is this guy not played until 25? What the fuck are you doing? This guy's gonna hit ARB at like free agency at 31.
And be traded by 34.
Oh shit, I'm up in the draft. Uh-oh. I have a list. I have a list. I have a list.
You have a list of what?
It's my turn on the draft. I'm not holding this bitch up.
Oh,
I drafted. Um, I don't know. They look good. They should be good. They should be a playoff team.
I think they're probably one of the two best teams in the Central. Actually,
Ooh,
well, we haven't
ooh.
seen Texas.
That's my
Like,
number one in the Central by far. This team looks nuts to me.
well, I think we got to go to the Cardinals first
Oh, do we?
because the Cardinals,
I don't want to talk about this team, man.
but they're
Um,
fun. Steve, Steve's a good GM. I like Steve. Who doesn't like Steve?
you know what? This team's gonna be good for a while. All their pitchers, I was checking them out earlier before the pod because I was like, I gotta find an angle that I can rip on Higgs for, and I couldn't find one. I was pissed because like Wyatt Nape looks really good. He's 24.
Yeah,
Shoop is 27.
it's
Balboa is 28. Ferrera's like 24 too. Like their pitching's young. They got guys. He traded for Sheldon Self. This might be the trade. I think this is the trade of the offseason by far.
it's got the potential to be a really game breaking move. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's
and, and,
panning
and
out
if
so
you're and if,
far.
and if you're Steve, you make that deal every fucking day. I don't care what he's done the last couple years. This guy can be a superstar, and you make that move. So,
Are you looking at his projected stolen bases by chance?
let me pull up my game. I'm still on the White Sox on my game.
Because he's
Um,
on pace for double. And so, like, I just want to, as a shout out to Troy, if he ever sees this, on players that are your own, there is a tab called Strategy, and you can change the sliders on them. So you see Marlo Palmer. He can steal very, very well. So I have his stolen base strategy all the way up. So in the future, you probably want him to try and steal more bases than he has in the past because like 46 and 44 for that is egregious. It is borderline negligent. He's already put uh, his I just realized that Shelf's range dev down. He's probably still fine. Yeah, he put up more
1.8.
ZR.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he's
fine.
already a better defender cumulatively than he was like the last like 3 seasons
Um,
combined. Lol.
I've said this the last like few years in the pods of the Cardinals. I like the roster a lot.
Me too.
Um,
Yeah.
See, you weren't here for Crazy Steve. So and
Okay.
I get every year on the pod, I give Steve credit. He's not making the fucking bonehead moves.
He's
He
patient.
made
He's very
yeah,
patient
he's
now.
learned patience,
Yeah.
Danielson. Breathe. Always remember breathe.
Yeah.
Um,
They
no, I'm
looked.
just
The
saying,
crazy thing is, like last season, they looked out of it for like the longest time. They were
yeah.
injured. They were out
And
of
I
it,
think
and they made the playoffs. And I think they won a round now, didn't they?
he swept JP and had the funniest
That's
meme in chat.
right. Yes, he swept JP. Because I wanted to shit talk JP, but I also got swept, so I just like shut the fuck up for 2 days and
Yeah.
muted General. Yeah, that's right. Because JP had some terrible messages that I wanted to bring up. He was like, "Oh, the SD haters, small sample size, yada yada," and I was like, "Oh, these would be great to
I
bring up
like that.
now."
Yeah, Steve has has put together a really solid. It's a solid roster.
They are
He
front to
made the
back.
big
They're
move.
solid. Yeah,
Made the big move.
this is his worst
I
player.
I don't know. Like them and the White Sox are probably 1A and 1B. They're both very close in talent. Um, it's whoever stays healthy, right? Like I don't see a big difference in the White Sox and the Cardinals. I think they're both very, very good.
I will
Um,
give the White Sox the I'd say the Cards have better bats. The Sox have a much better pen, I would say. And so I'm gonna give the advantage to the Sox just off of that. But like I don't think it's that far off. Like I think it's like a percent or two. I don't think it's that crazy. Um
well, and actually, if the Cardinals can only play the Cubs every series, like Steve would dominate.
24 straight. I asked that today because I was like, please God, let him have broken that. Oh, poor Jeff. And then
So
they didn't.
I think it was funny way back in the day, with the Pirates.
Yeah.
Um, the Cardinals used to be Washington. When we expanded,
Yeah.
Washington became the Cardinals. Long story, blah blah blah. The Pirates, I had a streak like that against the Washington team. I think we won 19 in a row or something. It was fucking stupid.
That's so bad, man. Like 19, like I shouldn't be talking because I've lost 8 straight playoff games to Memphis. That's arguably worse, but like 19 straight is
No, I
just
mean,
brutal.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll get to the Cubs because the Cubs are my favorite team on the pod
The
every year.
Cubbies? Yeah.
Yeah,
Who
but let's go to Texas.
Oh, I'm
Like,
excited to talk about these guys.
um,
I think
they have
Sam's
the
put
signing
together a
of the
juggernaut.
offseason.
I think Sam has
This
put together a juggernaut here.
Yeah, and he signed Dong Song.
Dong song.
I mean
Yeah.
that's the best name in Sky right now.
Singing my dong song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean
Oh.
that. I mean he's paired Romano and Song as a pretty good one too.
Yeah, holy
Um,
fuck. What the fuck?
Moretta is a decent number three, and um,
Yeah, absolutely. Shears
just
Shears arguably their number 3. This guy looks nuts to me.
yeah, very yeah. Hell, that's a number two.
Yeah,
Um,
that could be
who
an
the
ace
fuck
on a
is
lot of
Thomas?
teams.
I'm seeing him for the first time. What the fuck?
Yeah, there's no bad pitcher in their rotation. I think he's got bullpen guys. Yeah, Theo
Yeah,
Lord is a stopper.
you know,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they're
he's
10 and
good.
2.
Yeah.
Wow. I like this team. I like this pitching staff a lot.
Well, so does their season start. Look at that. Starters ERA fourth, bullpen ERA first, fifth, first, pitching war first, strikeouts first, defensive. Yeah, they're nuts. And on top of that,
So,
he made some big trades for bats too. Like they've got
well,
position guys.
he also fucked up the Rule 5 draft. So hold on a second.
you're,
Let's just get off his
you're
nuts
still
for a
bitter
second.
about that, eh?
Let me get
Yeah.
my rant out about
Yeah.
Rule
You
5
get
draft.
that out while I go get a drink.
Yeah, fucking fuck, Sam. Set your fucking filter to 23-year-olds and up. Fuck. No, I'm just kidding, buddy. But figure it out, bro. Fuck. No, but this roster is very good. Um, what was it? Didn't he make a questionable trade too? Like he traded a bunch of young guys for something, right? Oh, Robinson, yeah.
You
I
you
didn't like
done
that trade.
bitching
Where
about Rule 5?
yeah, I'm talking about his bad trade he made.
The bad trade he made. What bad trade?
Yeah, for Robinson.
Oh, it's a good trade. What do you mean?
Didn't he trade away a bunch of young hitters?
Dude, who gives a
Galleries
flying
and
fuck? You've got a Iron Man shortstop that can hit. You take that any day of the week. He's not splitty. He can play like
right,
150
but
games
doesn't he
for you.
have shortstop prospects?
Chevy Valdez. Who cares?
Isn't he about ready? He's got to be about ready, right?
So like sign Drury Robinson, extend him, and then like flip him at 50% for more
Ooh.
shit. That
Valdez is
he looks bad. He genuinely looks bad the last time I checked.
well. His bat didn't come around, did it?
Yeah, no, it was never going to. This was like a bait pick. He was trying to trade up, and I was like really hoping he would because I had number 2. and he ended up trading up to 3 from like 6 or some shit. And I was like, I don't think this guy's bat's ever gonna fill in. I just think he's gonna be like a glove only guy, and I think that's where it's gonna end up. He's still got time, but for right here, right now, you make that trade for Drury Robinson any day of the week, because he gave up Recon de la Carta, who sucks shit. Beck Garos, who actually looks really good. Mikey did well on him. And Dominic Richards, who I was really hoping to get.
Yeah, I mean,
But like
a couple of young players
they're easy to replace because like it's a first baseman and like he can kind of play center field, but he's better as a right field. Probably he can play center field as a backup. He's a better right fielder. And so when you get like a Iron Man shortstop who can give you like plus 10 ZR, bat well, 4 WAR a year, that to me is like an easy thing, especially when you probably have no money committed. Yeah. Oh, he's got more money committed than I thought he did. Holy shit.
yeah.
But I personally would make that trade any day of the week because I think his team is like set up to win right now. I think he's like on a path where he could be like a contender today. Not just like, oh, they're building towards it. This team's good. They're very well rounded.
Yeah.
There's not a hole here. So I traded him Ignacio
Making a lot of
Meja.
points now.
I traded him Ignacio Meja, who I just like didn't have a need for because I have Declan later, but he's a very good catcher. He's a switch hitter. He's durable. He's making 500K this season. The fact that like I had to reach out to people for him instead of like people coming to me and asking for a guy who hit 35 home runs last season is insane. Personally, but like that's neither here nor there. I got a 3rd and 4th for him. I'm happy with that. I was like pulling teeth to get to that point with a couple other people. So, but like Stanley Gamble is legit as fuck. He put up 6 WAR last season, was like 160 OPS plus. Wade Briggs can hit. Wade Briggs can really hit. Matt Cain is doing way better than he should. Way better. But there's not a hole in his lineup, you know? Like their rotation's good, like 1 through 5. They've got one of the best bullpens I would say that we've seen, like probably 2nd or 3rd best. And they field well and they can hit relatively well. So like this team to me is like they're on it. They're very much on it. I see a whole lot of blue on Meet the Team here. So he's got a lot of assets to trade as well, like a lot of surplus still. So I would expect him to be active at the deadline with like 1 or 2 things and like try to find another guy here or there. So like whoever's not playing well, fuck it, I'll add here sort of thing. So
right. Yeah, this is a team that can get scary quick.
Yeah, very much. And they might have more on the way.
I mean, he's probably got the best pitcher in the league already.
I agree. I think Romano's the best pitcher in the league.
And Dong Song is going to be very good.
Yeah, I didn't know about that signing, but he's better than I thought he was. But like, look at his prospect pipeline. Like, he's got 23 guys in the top 500. He's got a whole bunch of shit here. It's a lot of position guys, but, like, everybody needs, like, a good position guy. So I think there's, like, a lot of leverage for him to, like, move some guys around and, like, get better where he needs to be. Whether that's, like, oh, I need another middle reliever for the playoffs. Or, oh, you know what? I actually need a DH. He's got that going for him. So, yeah, I have high hopes for this team. It's not just like they're on the come up. I think they're here now. They're 10-0 in their last 10.
Yep.
Like, they're fucking here.
Yeah. I think they're going to put the White Sox and Cardinals on notice.
I agree. I so agree.
And now we get to the garbage.
Yeah, we're not going to spend much time. Uh,
Um,
Sterling kind of got forced into a rebuild. He had like a really good couple of years, but he said like last season he didn't have like anything. He was like away and didn't really get to like focus in on his team at the deadline. He's got DJ Stewart,
yeah,
who looks really, really good. Um, and a couple. He traded for Dominique, I think, to get some salary relief. But there's like maybe one or two
he's
other
got
guys, but they're
yeah.
bad.
I mean,
They're bad.
I think his lineup is kind of okay. He's got some bats that I like. I like Elkins. I like Stewart. I like Rylan Hayes a lot, actually.
Holy shit, I
Um,
like Eakins.
um,
Yeah, like they've got some young guys, and I know that Sterling knows his shit because when I got here, he had the best defensive team by far in my first 2 seasons here. He made an SCS, he lost to the Ignition. He knows his shit, and I know he does. They're just like not good right now as a product of like trading away draft picks to win
yeah,
now and him not being
it's
like
the circle of
able
life.
to get. Yeah, exactly. So they're like kind of stuck in a rut. So they'll get there. They're just not there right
Yeah,
now.
I think he's bottoming out still.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
I think it's like one more season of being really bad, then they'll start to like rebound again, and then like 2 seasons. Your 1-1 that he chose, Ray Mallory, looks better than I thought. I think somebody gave him a new scouting report. Was it OSA? I think I saw this recently. Yeah, OSA loved his offseason. They think he's great. Um, so, like, maybe there's something coming up here. He just drafted another shortstop.
ooh, Ray Mallory looks fucking amazing.
Has he been injured? He's had, like, some minimal injuries. So maybe he's not as injury prone as we thought. But they'll get there. I think they're yeah, you claimed Ray Mallory the 1-1 before the injury list dropped. That was fucking hilarious. And then he ended up there. And I was like, "Oh, Jason drafting once again. Here we go. I can't wait to shit on him for this one." Um Houston ended up picking him like very early, number 12. But they will be back, I think, sooner rather than later. Sterling knows his shit. So
Yeah.
I'm not worried about Houston in the future. I might be a little worried about them right now. I don't really think anyone cares about them right now, though, just because they're bad.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Um, that leads us to the Cubs. And what the fuck is Jeff doing? Well, he's fucking rebuilding, is what he's doing.
You know what?
Um, his farm looks really good, by the way.
I looked into his team because he said, what the fuck, do you know what the fuck Jeff is doing to me? And I looked into them. Jack McCain. I like this guy a lot. He looks like a dog to me. Um, Actually, he doesn't look as good as I thought he did. What happened? That's neither here
Uh,
nor there. But their pitching doesn't look terrible. Robert Stevenson is good. Like, really good. He needs to trade that guy, like, probably sooner rather
yeah.
than later because there's
Well,
somebody who would,
I
like,
think all of these guys can go.
yeah,
I don't think Jeff is
Zweifel.
holding on to these guys because none of these guys are guys he he drafted. These are all free agents.
So
Um,
Zweifel he traded for from KC, but yeah, pretty much
which is
everybody
one of
else is
the
like
most worst trades probably in the history of Cubs Sky.
I don't think it was that bad for what he is, and I think like when he eventually moves him, which I think he should try to like, oh he
For
did
like
sign him to
what
he
a
signed him
six
to a
rounder.
great contract. No, you can get like you can easily get like 1+3 here, easily.
A first.
Yeah, easily. For a guy with
Hmm.
60 movement, yeah, absolutely. I okay, so he's pitched like shit. I don't know why, but with those bars, oh, he's splitty. What the fuck? Oh, never mind. You cannot get 1+3. I take that back immediately. Holy shit. Um, you could maybe get like a second for him. Okay, so I look like an idiot right now. I'm trying to navigate this
Jeff gave
situation.
up. I think Jeff gave up a first.
I think Jeff did too. Okay, so Jeff did fuck up. I was really trying to find an angle to give Jeff something. I wanted to like
Mistakes were made.
I wanted to give Jeff something here and I was really hoping that was it, but like it doesn't look like it. So Jeff will be
Well,
selling, Jeff will be active. I know he will. He's a great person to
so
try and trade with.
I think the Cubs have been bad, like really bad, the last like 2 years, and has been fucked in the lottery.
Yeah,
I think he's dropped
they
the
have.
last
They
2 years.
yeah, they went from 1 to 5 this season. I think they went from like 2 to 8 last season, and I
and
think like the season before
and
they
that
dropped
makes a
like 5
big
spots
okay.
as
That makes a
well.
big difference because from 1 to 5 this year meant because I think everybody kind of like well, there's kind of a big three, maybe even like a big four, and when you're picking five, great. I'm not getting one of the big three or four, you know. So
Yeah,
I mean, like if Jeff had stayed at the one, he gets the shortstop, you know, or he gets Whitson, who Fresno took, you know, whether you
he
want the
might have
pitcher.
ended up with like like maybe he like drafts Pomeroy or some shit. I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, I'm just saying is that when you drop 5 spots or last year he dropped 8 spots or whatever, I mean that has a huge effect on on your rebuild, you know.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Um, I think
don't
he
worry, Jeff.
had.
Keep on losing,
I've
buddy.
I've really liked some of his drafts nonetheless. Like his
Now,
first
now his
round
farm
picks.
to me, I've looked at his farm,
Yeah.
and I think it's really good. So I'll give Jeff a lot.
Shadle, I really fucking like. Jordan Shottle. That guy you
Yeah,
picked like number 7 overall last season. I really liked him. I thought about taking him like 1-2, instead of Florence. I think it was. Alex Gordon
I
looks
think
nuts.
I
He's got
think
a
Jeff
couple
took a
of
pitcher
guys.
this year, which was a good move
Yeah,
because
Richard Neal. Yeah,
yeah, I think he's top heavy in bats. He doesn't have a lot of pitchers as top specs.
which
So
is funny because he keeps trading away fucking pitchers and then trading for fucking pitchers too, and it's like, Jeff, just draft more pitchers, buddy. Like, stop trading away like Tilson Vargas and trading for Hudson Zweifel, and maybe you won't have to like rebuild as much. I don't know. This bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. I
no,
hate
no,
D Rich. This
his
is we'll
farm
get
looks
to
good.
this.
His farm looks good. I have to look at his draft this year. I know he drafted the pitcher.
Yeah.
I think he had two first because I think he had the Braves first.
Yes, he
So
did, from Tilson Vargas, who I just looked
yeah,
at and looks fucking bullshit. Let me tell you.
we'll get to the fucking Braves, but
Uh,
um,
okay.
yeah, I think the Cubs are they might be the worst team in the league. I don't know. I'll be hard pressed to find.
Oh,
I
I
mean, we
know
see the
a team
Rockies.
that's worse, and they are in the
Well,
Pacific.
it's going to be the well, they might be coming up.
Oh, you bet your ass
The
they are, and I
Rockies are
can't wait to talk about them, Jason.
well, no, but now last year, like the worst team in the league all came out of the West.
Yeah.
Rockies.
There was
The
like
Cubs.
7 teams that were worse than like the worst team in the East last season. It was so
Yeah.
annoying.
Yeah. So we're gonna see some more shit coming up real quick.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so let's do a ranking real quick. God, I fucked the Rangers have fucked everything up, right? Like honestly, between the White Sox, the Rangers, and the Cardinals, like I
know
don't
my
know who wins
rankings.
the division. I think they're all very good.
I'm definitive. Let me go first because you're waffling
Go ahead,
right
go
here.
ahead.
Rangers 1, White Sox 2, Cards 3, Royals 4, Astros 5, Cubbies 6.
I might switch the Cardinals and the White Sox there.
I
What
don't
we've
hate
seen
that.
with the Rangers and knowing that they have stuff to move to get even more.
Yeah. If
Um,
I'm Sam, then I'm going all in here because I have a bunch of shit on minimum. I've got like my
yep.
top paid guys on like their most expensive of their contracts right now. I'm buying in right now more and just like saying fuck it. I have assets to move. Like he hasn't moved a first. He's got more to move,
You know what
right?
I'm doing? Okay, this is what I like to do in the potch. I play matchmaker. So so no, the
Okay.
Blue Jays are trying to sell, right?
No,
Like he
he's not.
wants to
He's
sell.
full of shit. He's full of
Well,
shit. I don't believe him. I don't
I'm just
believe him
saying.
in for a
I'm just
second when
saying.
he says
What if
there's
the Rangers
traction.
were to call up the Blue Jays and go, "Hey, can I get Alvarado?" I'm just saying. Like,
Wait,
like it's that kind of
wait,
stuff
wait. That
that
actually
Sam.
makes sense
Oh my
because he needs a
matchmaker,
second
baby,
baseman. He could use his.
matchmaker.
You know what? Like, holy fuck. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Boom, bing, bing, bang, boom.
Yo, if both of them listen to this, like, let's get this done. Because I'm telling you, Sam, I don't think you are ever going to have the opportunities now that you do right now. And I think you should capitalize on this. That
So,
makes way too. Fuck, why are you so smart, Jason?
God, fuck, dude, I know ball, dude. I'm telling you, Steve and AJ are fucking swearing up a storm right now.
Oh, shit.
Steve is throwing his Trump doll up against the wall. I'm telling you.
Yeah. His Truth Social dollars. Yeah.
It kind of makes fucking sense,
It
man.
does. It actually does. Do we go to the Pacific now?
Yeah, let's go to the Pacific. And there's gonna be some garbage coming up, right?
There are.
Who won the division
We're gonna
last year?
talk about like
Oh, it was JP.
JP was first. Let's start with my favorite thing ever. Dwight Nadia is dying, baby. His control is down. He's fucking dead. I need to see it happen.
Oh, he's down to a 45.
If this shit works, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm
I
gonna
mean, he's
be
still
really.
pitching good.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, man. Like I don't I don't need to hear that. They're good. I hate to give JP props, but they're good. They're really good.
So, so I talked to
This is the
JP a
best
little
catcher in the
bit
league.
in the season. Where is Peter Pollock? He fucking told JP
Oh,
so full of shit.
wait.
Like,
Wait.
I'm playing him this year. I'm telling you,
Wait.
motherfucker, he's in AAA, isn't he? He's in AAA. God damn it, JP.
Yeah, baby. Peter
He tried
Pollock.
telling me he wasn't. He tried convincing me he wasn't a bust.
Oh, if I was like just sharing like not out of the park in my full screen, I would go try and find the trade right now because holy shit.
It's no, it's bad. It's bad.
Oh, I
Well,
know. Oh, I
was it two
know.
firsts? Was two firsts?
Was it two?
I know there was. I think there were some prospects in there, but
Oh
it was
my.
at least a first and a second or two firsts and something. It was like we panned it instantly. Like JP, what are you doing?
Dutch
And
Sabato dead,
he
Geronimo
just
Gil
never.
dead, and
It,
$4. So 4 picks, Dutch Sabato and Geronimo Gil.
yeah. So and I'm not going to look at those prospects, but just because
They're
the
bad.
deal went bad.
Yeah.
He never dev'd in. He's not going to dev in. He's like 26 now. He's 25 or
He's
26.
yeah.
It's a bad
Um
deal. It turned out to be like a stinker.
it was a
Um,
stinker, so was Ty
but
Moss, but instead of
it
looking
didn't
at his
kill
failures,
it
let's
didn't
look at
kill
his
the Padres.
successes. Because
Yeah.
let me tell you, Luciano Petit, that's a success right there. This is the 1-1 from 2052, and I very clearly remember AJ saying, I'll never take a catcher first overall. That's a waste of a pick. He wouldn't even be the first catcher I'd take. And if you are saying that now after he put up 6 WAR and he's playing like a goddamn god
Yeah.
this season, then like I want to hear about this because, like, if you want to say that then I want to hear you now, and I want to hear your apologies to JP because JP takes a lot of shit, and he takes like I'd say half of it in stride, half of it like not in stride, but like this is something he should get some respect for,
Yeah.
and Weenie,
Um,
that guy should also get some
I'll
respect
say
for.
this is that I remember that draft because I asked, I go, do you want to trade down? Because I was with the Pirates then. I said,
Mm-hmm.
do you want to trade down? And he goes, why? I go, are you taking the catcher? I go, yeah, I'm taking the catcher.
That was
I'm
a
taking
fun draft. That was a really
This
good
is the guy.
draft.
If you're taking a catcher number one, this is the guy.
That was a fun draft because Petit went one, Mark Oren for the Knights,
Right?
who we'll talk about earlier, went two. Frank Prickett went third. I can't remember who went fourth, but that was a pretty good 1, 2, 3 there. Christian Kenville for Miami went fourth. There was a lot of like infielders and then the catcher, so there was a lot of positional guys. It was a pretty good draft all in all because all four of those guys are playing in the majors right now.
What year was that?
2052, I think. Yeah. So Mark Oren was the second pick that year. Yeah, 1, 2. He put up 2.5. Frank Prickett put up 4 WAR last year. Don't look at the bars. The scouting reports are just fucked up. He's a 60 overall. He put up 4 WAR last year, and Christian Kenville, I think, went fourth. He went sixth. I don't know who went third or fourth.
Hadley Smart with fourth.
Oh, fuck, that's right, because I picked fucking Frank Prickett instead of Hadley Smart, and I thought I was a goddamn genius for, like, half of the time, and then we switched to 25, and all of a sudden Hadley Smart is the goddamn best player in the league. Oh! Fuck, I just slammed my desk.
Okay. In that draft, Hadley Smart's the 1-1. Hey, we were wrong. It's not Pettit. Okay, it's Hadley Smart.
Yeah, but, like, Pettit is, like, a very good 1-2. Who I think
Like,
should be the 1-2, like, with retrospect. Just
So,
like off of
um,
memory.
So JP signed the international closer this
Oh
offseason.
yeah, he did. Hernando Rodriguez. I put in like a very similar deal to try and get him, and he didn't sign with me, so I signed Madrano instead. But this guy looks nuts.
Yeah. And again, with the state of the bullpens in this game now,
Yeah.
like if you are a contender, you got to go after this guy. And JP is aggressive. He paid him a handsome salary.
Oh, he did. He gave him like 5 years at like 15 mil.
Yeah, at 15
I
million.
gave him like 4 years at like 60 mil, and he didn't accept. I like front loaded the fuck out of it to try and like help with it. But he just did not give a fuck. He just like was like 5 years? Yeah, I'll take that. And I was like, come on, man, you won't even negotiate with me? So like it was like 5 years?
Yeah, this rotation's pretty good. Roca's up now. He looks really good. Whether he stays healthy, I think he's been hurt a little bit. Yeah, he's got a couple elbow issues. Yeah, I would expect this team to be the class of the Pacific again.
I think
What do you think?
they're close. Yeah, I think they're right there. Like I think the top tier. I just realized I was
What do
streaming
you
with
think?
like
They're
the
close.
wrong title the whole time.
It's fine.
No, it's not
Um,
okay. My almost fringe autism is like freaking out because of this. But yeah, no, they're well rounded. JP does know how to build a winner. I just don't know if he knows how to build a sustainable one. Like Zach Pryor, who we traded far too much for, looks bad now. He still looks like okay, but not like as good. But JP
I feel like
can
you
build a
traded
good
two
team.
firsts for him too.
Yeah, he did.
Like,
He did.
yeah,
Yeah. They're good. I think he has more prospects than I thought. Like Needler, I think looks good, and so does Holden Pearson. And there's probably like a couple others that look okay. So I think they're good. I think they'll be like you said, near the top of the Pacific. It'll just be like how the dice rolls. But do you want to go the other team who I think will be near the top of
This
the Pacific?
I really like his roster. It doesn't scare me though. Like
Do you want to hear a fun fact about the Angels?
always.
Do you know how much they're paying Ralph Mays and Alan Spinchich next year?
80 million?
90 million.
Yeah.
90.8 million they're paying for two pitchers. So Mikey, I trust with my life if I said I need you to run my off season. I can't be here to do any exports. I would trust him with my life to put together a good team. However, he's in a bit of a bind right now, and I don't know how he's going to get out of it because he is in a money crunch. He's got a lot of guys that
Well,
are expiring. He's
what's gonna
willing to
happen?
send futures away, but
Yeah.
like it might be coming to like an epiphany, not an epiphany, but like a
Mikey has no money because
no.
he he just acquired sheets from me,
Mm-hmm.
and he had to make a second deal to
To
make the
get
money
money,
work.
yeah, from
Yeah,
Baltimore. That's
yeah.
right.
Well, because I would have sent him the money, but I wanted a higher draft pick. So,
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
um, the thing with the Angels is that he's got high end talent, Mays, Spinsick. The problem
Johnny
is that
Honchorst is a
you're
guy
making
that I really like.
$90 million. That costs you anybody in free agency. Like
It
you're
it
not bringing back
does.
Story,
Yeah.
and you're not bringing back Bernal because you won't have the money to.
Which is why I think he
And
traded what's his nuts? Robinson? A Drury?
yeah, he probably needed the money.
He did. And he knows it and he's like getting ahead of the curve, but like it hurts a little in the short term. I'll say like he's ended up like doing deals like these that have ended up him with like Johnny Honchorst, who I think looks fucking great. This is like gonna be one of the premier center fielders in the league for a while, I think. If he doesn't get injured, like if he doesn't
By
tear
the
his
way,
fingernail
got him from
again.
Texas. Gee, another Texas spec. Jesus.
And he's been dealing a lot with Texas. Like he got Dominic Richards from him for
Yeah, the
Robinson. Yeah.
Robinson deal.
Robertson? Drury Robinson.
Robinson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robinson.
I don't know why that sounded wrong. But like there's a lot of guys here that he's gotten on minimum deals trading away like top tier guys that are like trying to win now. He traded like Mike Watford, who it's been absolutely hilarious because this guy still has like a borderline starter tag. He's arguably fucking garbage because of it. Even at a 65, if he had just a starter tag, he would strike out more guys. He would strike out like 7.5. Not 7.5, maybe like 6.5 actually. But like, he's got guys that he signed for cheap because this guy signed for, yeah, 3.5, stupid fucking deal. Holy shit. He knows how to be sustainable. I'm just worried about if he will have the high end talent past this season to be able to like keep up what he's done because like he's gonna
Yeah,
owe Spinchich like 50 million almost. Ralph May's like 44. There's gonna be a lot of like money coming up, and so he's probably gonna have to trade for some cash at the very least, if not like move somebody to try and make it all work because I don't think he's a guy who like wants to ever rebuild, right?
well, I mean, I think the end of the road's coming
I disagree.
because,
I don't think
well,
there is an end
right.
of the road for the California
What I'm saying
Angels.
now, I think they have a small window left, but Spinsick and Mays can't pitch forever.
That
And
doesn't matter.
if you
He will trade
sign
for
them,
more
if you
pitchers.
extend them,
He will trade. He's
what's it
not going to
cost them?
extend them. He's going to trade for other pitchers. Mikey might have the biggest dick in Sky. He will just trade for other players. It doesn't matter. He will just find top tier guys and he will just be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll trade for them because nobody else will. He just trades futures away for now that have like some sort of term so that he can get a couple years out of them and then figure it out further down the road. That's what he does. He will never not be trying to win.
Yeah. Well, I was just talking about like this incarnation of the Angel
Okay,
is coming
yes.
to it
You know what? I agree with that. I very much agree with that. I
in terms of
think
the pitching because I think his lineup is actually kind of young
it
with
is.
Gauri's and Hans and Macy
And
and Richards and
long, yeah, it's
yeah,
a bunch of young guys. He just needs to figure out his pitching. That's a good way of framing it. I think I agree with that. Yeah, if he can figure out
dude, we
pitching,
have a good repartee, dude. Boom.
we sure as shit do, buddy.
Yeah, we just become best friends.
We might have. We might have.
All right,
Uh,
let's move on to the fucking Craigs.
I love Craig.
I mean, they're 9-3, and I it's crazy. Like last year, like the Dodgers were dead in the water. They were, as Craig says, they were. I mean, they had like the worst month in the history of Sky, and got hot at the end of the year, made the playoffs, and made a mini run.
Have you?
Um,
Yeah, they made the funniest fucking run by reverse sweeping Seattle after barely making the playoffs.
I
That
think didn't they have a playing game too?
they did. They did. You're
Yeah,
right. They had a game 163 against Texas. Yes. Yes. To make the playoffs and then reverse swept fucking Seattle. That was so stupid. The playoffs are bullshit, I'm telling you. Says the guy who's been swept twice by Memphis. The
yeah.
playoffs are bullshit. Yeah, yeah. I'm just sitting on Jonathan DeMarino's player profile right now, just so that like we can all really take in what he's done through like 11 games right now because this is
He
horseshit.
is. Um, is he amassed more water in the two Sims than the last 5 years?
He might have. He might have. Yep.
Because
In the last 3 years, the 2055, 2050,
uh,
2 years, 2 years. He put up 5.6 in 2053, so 2 years. But like, he has a 351 OPS plus right now because he is slugging fucking 1,176. He is slugging that. That's not his OPS. That's just his slugging. Like, it's so stupid what he is doing right now. Craig is just like, you know what? I'll sign this guy for 10 million.
hey, he's walked. He's walked 12 times.
Yeah, he has a 25% walk rate. Like, this is horseshit. Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
it's sustainable, right? It's totally sustainable.
yeah. Yeah, I say he ends up with 15.7 WAR. I can see it. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Craig will
if he
never
was
put
in
together a bad
a
team.
division with Trent,
Oh my god,
Trent
we
would
would
be
never hear
going
the end of it.
just
Holy
ballistic right
shit.
now.
You're
But
so right.
Puck,
Uh,
I mean, look, this is the D Marino that we've waited for, right? If this holds, if this is 75% of what he's going to be, this is what we've waited for all these years, right?
that would be hilarious if that was that.
Yeah. Well, now outside of that, looking at the Dodgers, they look kind of mid
You think
to
so?
me. Matt, Weber is very good. Um, I'm just I see I'm looking at overalls and I see 265s and a bunch of 50s.
So
So
like overalls don't like I never look at that
well,
shit to be
I'm just
honest, but
looking
I
at
get it.
like
Yeah.
does this lineup scare me? And they're solid. They're very unspectacular.
I'm fascinated by the fact that he has Caden Beal as his catcher versus lefties and Seth Burkholz as his catcher versus righties because like if I was him, I would be just trading Seth Beal or Caden Beal and just running Seth Burkholz because this guy is like the catcher
Burkholz is
that
a
won.
very good catcher. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He almost. I thought he should have won Rookie of the Year 2 years ago. He got injured last season and missed a whole bunch of time. Yeah, he missed like basically the entire season last year. But 2 years ago in 2054, I thought he should have been the Rookie of the Year. He put up 5 WAR, as a catcher in like
Oh,
113 games,
um,
which to me is like catchers only play like 125 games, right? So if he's putting up 5 WAR, he's
Jacob.
fucking nuts. Yeah.
So I'm looking at the bullpen.
Uh huh.
The Dodgers claimed Greg Walters from Fresno.
Yes, because he was owed like
Has nobody
15
brought that up
million or
in Slack?
something.
No,
Uh,
yeah, I knew he was
18
on waivers.
million.
I thought he got claimed by the Orioles.
Somebody said that he did, but I think like Troy either like undid it or just like I don't know because like I saw this and I
Okay,
was
this
like
is I'm learning this for the first time. This has never been brought up in Slack that David's nemesis picked up his
yeah.
closer off waivers. He did him a
Yeah,
fucking
so
favor.
I mean, well, he's owed 18 million and Craig had a bunch of money.
Yeah,
Um so I know I
I
did, but
just think
like
it's
this
funny.
guy looks nuts. I will say, like is he
Yeah,
splitty?
I just think it's funny
No,
that his
55
nemesis
million?
did it. So
Yeah, that is funny. But Craig, I don't think there's very many people who understand like literally every intricacy in every setting of the game like Craig does. Craig scares me
hey,
because like if I ask Craig a
he,
question about the game, I am like 99% confident that he would know the answer. You know?
I will agree with you. His knowledge of the game is might be unmatched
Yeah, like I think he like gets bored and spends his spare time like dicking around in like an offline
in like
game
the
just to
settings.
like yeah just to tinker with things just because he's like I wonder what this could do and it's like I could just see Craig like twiddling his fingers being like maybe this will make the difference and he just knows
Um,
um
we have a Dax Moore sighting.
wait do we
Holy fuck, he's in the bullpen.
no fucking way
Dax Moore
oh
is in the
my god
bullpen.
he is 2 mil wow Trent was
He signed a
uh,
minor league deal with it, obviously with a
oh,
major league option.
Trent. Oh,
I, oh, I like Dax Moore in the bullpen is going to work.
that's.
Uh,
I want to give Trent a preemptive hug for what Dax Moore's about to
yeah,
do in like the LA bullpen because we
yeah.
both know it's gonna go
That
well. You know.
it's going to. I like Dax Moore in the bullpen a lot more than I do starting. So,
I would agree with you. Yeah. For where he is now,
um,
I think he's died. So
so just on talent alone,
yeah,
this is the third place team. I think the Padres are better. I think the Angels are better.
I agree. In terms of high
Now,
end
that's
talent,
not
I
how they're
think
going
the
to
Angels are
finish.
better.
I think the Dodgers are going to sneak up and finish above the Angels.
I am
But
hoping for a Craig to continue his playoff streak.
yeah, like
Um,
I think the Dodgers to me kind of look kind of old and mid. Like Elon Mason is not a 75 anymore. Um,
it's
he's 35
interesting.
now. The Dodgers are getting a little old in the pitching a little bit.
So
So
Craig understands windows. He hasn't been trading
yeah,
for guys the same way that he was when he was trying to like when he was winning like back to back SCSs. He was trading for guys all the time. He was trading for like Christopher James with me. He was like very active trying to like find deals and find guys to fit, you know? He hasn't been doing that. He's just been like playing free agency and like signing like Hunter Wade and like Greg Walters claiming him off of free agent off of waivers and like John DeMarino off of like in free agency for cheaper than he probably should go. So I don't hate what he is doing to try and keep his playoff streak alive. I just wonder if it ends and if so where it does. I hope it's not anytime soon. I want him to like break a record. I would love that for him. But the way he navigates his team building and keeping like holding on like knowing that he's not like a favorite and holding on to firsts now I think is very interesting
and he's
versus like
always
trading
navigating
everything
the
away.
draft. Like I'm always moving his picks around every fucking year. He's always moving up and down the draft for me.
Yeah, he
So
does. He
he
does.
does navigate the draft very well.
Oh,
He's one
you
of those
sure?
guys.
Yeah, you
He's
bet
always
he
moving. He's
knows the
always moving.
draft. Yeah, I saw a very interesting thing. In his first round pick, he had like traded down, I think, and he took like Kawan Fletcher, I think it was. And D-Rich was like very excited about that guy for some reason. D-Rich doesn't know how to draft, by the way. That guy only looks at OSA. That's neither here nor there. But he was saying like, Craig, you should do like a first round recap or something. You should do a draft recap. And I was like, that was something I'd been thinking about a few days prior. I was like, I've got a whole bunch of time like the next like couple weeks because I to life shit and I have some free time the next like few weeks. So I was thinking about that, and then like Deirdre saying like, "Oh, Craig, you should do that," and it's like, if there's anybody else who I think should do that or like take precedent on doing that, it should be Craig because Craig pays attention. Craig, I don't think misses a single
Craig
player.
Craig gives thumbs up on a lot of picks.
Yeah.
When I get a thumbs up on my picks from Craig, it feels fucking good.
I agree. I totally agree. Yeah, like when I get a Craig thumbs up, I'm like, you know what? Fuck yeah. I wasn't sure about this pick. I was a little insecure, but Craig gave me a thumbs up. Or like you get like
Look,
a Miami Sam thumbs up. I'm like, hell
yes.
yeah.
Like
Hell
like those
yeah.
mean more than a whammy from Tyler.
Yeah,
you know?
well, Tyler whammies all of my fucking picks. Like a Sam thumbs up or like a Craig thumbs up. I'm like, let's fucking go, brother. That's good. I made a good pick. Like he knows his shit. I trust Craig like wholeheartedly.
Craig the Vagabond, yeah.
Exactly.
All right, and actually, our next team I think is gets interesting,
This is
and
a
that's the
sleeper
Las Vegas
team.
Knights.
This is a very.
I think the Las Vegas Knights. I think maybe this year are going to surprise some people. Next year for sure.
They're gonna piss people off this year. They're gonna be good next year because they will have money to sign like whoever the top free agent pitcher is.
Yeah, and this farm and the pitching is sexy as fuck.
I agree. Hall, like he's Ishmael Duarte like went up to number 2.
He's got a rotation just simmering. Now, it's not ready. Colton Hall maybe
nope, never mind.
Year.
Dan's farm sucks. My farm's still better. Get better, kid. I take it all back. I have the best farm. Get fucked.
Dan's pitching is probably better than yours. Your bats are really good. I've seen your farm. If you took Dan's farm and your farm, that's a fucking dynasty.
Wow, if you took the number 1 and number 3 farms and put them together, you'd have
I was talking about because Dan's pitching is actually insane.
It is. He's got some guys that are like on the way. Ishmael Duarte, like he devved back up out of nowhere. Colton Hall, he took 1-1 last season, who I think might be a call up this year. I think he could be. Yeah, he's starting in AA. He's floating.
Yeah,
he'll figure his shit out. He'll be fine.
He would need to get to like a 50 overall. I don't know if he devs up.
Yeah.
By call up day.
I think he
much. Will. See, his stuff isn't in yet.
Yeah.
And that's what worries me. Like I don't like all the other stuff. Wouldn't be concerned. The stuff has to be there. Like,
it's 45 can play. 40 50 50. 45 50 50 is close
I just
to playing.
I would probably wait. Now, if Dan's in contention, if for some reason he's, a 5th seed and, I would consider it.
Dude, I think you just put him up at call-up day because I think his movement will, move up to 55. His control will move up to probably 55. If his stuff doesn't move up, 45, 55, 55, it plays. 45, 55, 50 plays. And you just, let the guy rock because you're not burning a year, right? And he's close enough that, actually, his stuff versus left-handed bats is already 50. His movement versus left-handed bats is already 55. Like, he's probably close. So I think he's probably a call-up day guy. And once he fixes his pitching, because his pitching's... Dan, your pitching's fucking garbage. Once he fixes his pitching, Kirby Rogers looks way better than he should at this point in time at 34. Holy shit.
Why is he a 70? Fuck.
55, 60, 60 is insane. Did this guy dev up? Yeah, his movement just devs up for me because that's how the game works. 34, you're all of a sudden better to...
How is this team 7-5? I mean, this pitching is not... I mean, his Major League roster, in terms of pitching, is not any good.
No, but his infield is insane. Mark Oren... Yeah. Oh, Mark Oren's range step down. That sucks. But he can hit. We gotta talk about this guy. This is gonna be like an MVP candidate for a while.
You talking about Caban?
JMC.
Bon.
Jose Maria Caban.
Yeah.
That guy's gonna be an MVP candidate for a while. He's got like 2 unlucky injuries in like 2 years. He might be durable by this point. So I have big expectations for them. And this guy specifically, he's going to be like a 6-7 WAR guy season in, season out. And his infield just in general, Jair Leha. I don't know how to say this guy's name, but this is a great third baseman. I like this guy a lot. 5'2" guy.
Yeah, I like what I see. It just... I think he's waiting for that pitching to come up.
I agree. I think it's close, and I think the fundamentals are there. He's just waiting for some guys in his rotation, some guys to phase out, and then like...
Who did Dan draft this year? Did he draft a pitcher, or did he draft... He drafted a pitcher.
I think he did. Who the fuck did he draft? This is gonna bother me if I don't figure this out. He drafted...
No, he drafted
AJ Williams. Yeah, that was my one... Megaphone. That was my 1-1 pre-reveal.
Yeah,
this is what like Riley Ryan looked like for me, almost. His contact wasn't as high. But this is like close to what Riley Ryan looked like for me, the number 1 spec in the game, by the way. We'll get to there. It was close ish. So he's got a lot of value all across his org. So I'm very excited for Las Vegas and what they're putting together. I think they'll be better sooner rather than later, right? Like, they might surprise people. He said 500 was his goal. I think he's going to piss a lot of people off and be like, near that, probably like 84 wins, you know?
Yeah, and if some of these guys come up, if Colton Hall comes up and he's good,
they could maybe make a push. And wouldn't that be something? Just like a no expectations team to like get the 8 seed and then like upset Seattle in the first round?
Knocks out the Dodgers.
No.
I think the Dodgers might... Like,
no. You know what he's going to do? He's going to win, like, 87 games, beat Portland out for the last seed, and then, like, reverse sweep the Mariners in the first round after winning 114 games. Because that's how this league fucking works. That's how this game file works.
So I guess we can move on to the first trash bin.
Yeah, let's talk about them quickly. Is it
Fresno? There's nothing to talk about.
No, there really isn't.
Sorry, David. David, and don't get mad. I know you won't get mad. There's nothing to talk about.
There's nothing to talk about. He took...
unless we're talking about paying Juan Olu a ridiculous amount of money.
He drafted this guy. I think of the high school pitchers, he was the best one he could have taken. I don't think he's going to fill in. I'm worried about him.
Oh, you're talking about Whitson, right?
Yeah.
I look, that's the best pitcher in the draft. He took him.
He did.
I,
I just don't know if it like I don't know
but,
why we like started avoiding
okay,
principles and being
so
like don't draft high school pitchers so soon.
Jacob, I believe we had talked about this in a DM. This draft was not very good at the top in terms of batters.
I agree with that.
Um,
Yeah.
um, I think my number one batter in the draft, I took a 9 in Severs. Um, that was the number one bat in terms for my scout. It's a pitching heavy draft. Um, my scout had a shit ton of highly rated pitchers, and honestly, like his window is 6 years down the line. So
Dude,
he
I
can
don't
wait
know
for
when he's gonna
Whitson.
compete. They're gonna be dog shit for
No, I'm
so
just saying,
fucking
like you
long.
could take a high school pitcher
Yeah.
here and like it's to me it's fine
Their team
because
sucks shit. Holy
well,
shit.
no, I'm saying like what batter is he taking?
I,
He's
I
not
think
taking
there's better
Williams.
players to take than JB Whitson. I get taking for the upside, but like you were talking the other day about like windows. I don't agree with like windows. Like just take the best player available and then like if they're not in your window for competing, just fucking trade them. And then
No,
use those
I do
assets
agree
for
with that,
more
but I don't think that's
drafting or
Dave's
like
mo though.
trade it for
I think
players.
Dave. I don't think Dave does that though. I think he drafts players and then he builds a core and then he
Dave,
brings them up
yeah.
2 years early. It's fine.
Okay.
But
Okay. Can we there's not much to talk about Fresno.
no,
Can we talk
I
to the
think
GM
this is
who's
probably one of the
definitely
4 worst
not
teams in the league.
tanking? He's not tanking, by the way. I don't do tanking. I
Oh
would never
boy.
tank. Never. My team's just a slow starter. I don't tank. This fucking guy, man.
Okay. Okay.
The fucking chokehold
He
he has on all of us in general.
okay. Ryan has some players on his roster I actually like.
Who?
I
Are you
like
talking about this guy?
Berchhold.
Berchhold? Yeah, actually, I was looking at them earlier because I was like, why are these guys 1-11? Do they suck shit? And
I
yeah,
think it's
like
the pitch.
Berchhold
It's
didn't
pitching.
actually suck as much shit as I thought.
Um, he's got some players I kind of like.
They're young,
Um,
so he's gonna end up trading a lot of these guys, I think, because I don't think any of these
yeah,
guys are
because
like core pieces you build around. His pitching's dog shit. There's not a single good pitcher in this entire
so
fucking team.
so let's talk about windows. No, okay, I just pulled up his farm.
Okay.
No, they're all 19, 18 and 19 year olds.
Yeah.
So you're right. All these players now can all get traded. I don't care if they're 23 and 24. You fucking trade them because your young core that he's drafting in last year's draft, because I felt like his draft was pretty good last year.
I hated his draft. Jonathan Allen was
Well,
so dog shit. That was such a
I
terrible
thought
pick.
like Jonathan Allen, whether you like the defense or not, I think the bat is going to be good enough to
It's
play.
not gonna fill out.
No, well, I mean, like he's not. He's a DH. Like you can't play him at second base.
Yeah, we drafted
But,
a DH 10th overall. Congratulations.
well, I mean, he said he's never going to do that, right? No, but I like Gilbert a lot. I thought that was a great pick. His prospects are all really young. So
Well, yeah,
the
because
young
he's spending
guys now,
40 million on his IAFA edge. Of course, they're young.
but what I'm getting at is that the young players he has now, he can trade them all. Like,
Yeah,
who gives a fuck?
I totally agree
Because
with that.
because
Yeah,
if you're building a core and they're all 18 and 19, you know, I mean, that's the future right there. It's
And
not this core.
some
it's
of
the
these
next.
guys are fine, but like none of them are like holy shit. These are game breakers, right? Like Emmanuel Nava is actually like I think the most valuable piece he has with like 80 range. But like,
Um,
is that a guy you build around? No. What the
I
fuck?
gotta believe that this guy's a Brave eventually. So
Fair enough.
no, I'm serious. I'm
yeah,
serious. Like I
probably.
expect him to be a Brave in a year.
He's not going to be a Diamondback by 2058, right? Like none of these. Like he's 24 right now. he's not splitty. He's got no injury history. Yeah, you know what? He's a fucking Brave. I actually agree with that. That's the Brave archetype right there. Whenever he gets sick of Fukame, that's a Brave. But like none of these
Hey,
guys are
I'll
like
play
good enough
Matchmaker
to
again.
build an entire
Matchmaker,
core around. Like
look,
he got Ivan
look,
Sherry for like Becker.
Ryan is doing exactly what he said he'd never do, right? So let's let him do it.
Yeah, and
Let him do it.
just sit and
And,
shit
and we're
and
all
eat it.
enjoying it in general chat. So
He's the perpetual bid of just like I'm not tanking. Tanking's terrible. I'm putting together
yeah,
the
no.
best team I possibly can with the money I have available.
But,
Is
but no, but actually he had the funniest comment. He said, even when I try to win, I'm 1-11. So
yeah, I'm like shut up, dude. Um This is the last team I have in the West. Do you want to? I gotta take a bathroom break sometime here quickly. Do you want to do that in between before we get to the East?
yeah, let's do the rankings and then we can take a 5 minute break.
I love that. I think this
I
one's
say
pretty straightforward.
Padres. I think Padres, Angels, Dodgers, Vegas, um, Fresno, and then a pile of shit, and then Arizona.
I don't think that's too far off. I would say San Diego and California are close. I think it's just a matter of like who gets better dice rolls. I'm leaning Cali. I just because they I think have higher end pitching than the Padres do. So I'm gonna go Cali 1, Padres 2, Dodgers 3, Vegas 4. But I think the Knights can sneak up on some people. If I'm Dan, then there's
Yeah,
like
yeah, I agree.
maybe I
I
trade for
think the
some
Knights
people.
are interesting.
Yeah,
I think they're interesting. I
yeah.
there's
They're
you
like
can see them being
the
not dog shit
sweetheart
anymore,
pick.
and then getting scary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like everybody's picking the Texans to be good in the NFL. I'm like the Texans are not going to be that fucking good, but the Texans can be okay. And I'm like the Texans and the Knights, there's a lot of similarities here. They are 1 year away from being very good. Um and then I agree Falcons and then Diamondbacks because Ryan's going to tank and just spend
and
the
there's
entire time
not
admitting he's not.
in between those two teams. There really isn't a whole lot of difference. They're both hot garbage,
They're both dog shit.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I really have to pee, I'm not gonna lie. So I will be back in like 2 minutes. You let me know when you're back, okay? And then we'll
I'm
do
actually
the
going to take a
East.
break too.
Yeah. I am back, Jason.
I am back to. I just realized that I wasn't watching the football game.
The
I gotta
Brazil
go.
game.
Yeah, I got.
I
Where's my P?
I don't give a fuck about that
There
game.
it
I'm still
is.
pissed about yesterday, dude. I convinced my girlfriend to sign up for FanDuel so I could get a $75 bonus because they were giving out a whole bunch of bonuses. It was like Chiefs to make one pass was minus 110 instead of minus 10,000. So it was like you could bet a max of $50. So you won 45. It's basically like a free bet. And so like it was 95 like take home. And I bet like I used my referral bonus bet from that on the Chiefs game of like over 52. And then fucking Flowers was one toe out of the end zone from it hitting because I bet on the goddamn over 52 points total. And then,
Mm.
like before that, it was Lamar who missed fucking Flowers wide open in the end zone. I'm like a little pissed about that. But that's
I'm
not.
uh.
Ugh.
I'm pretty excited. I'm going to the Sunday night game.
Oh, are you? Who do the Lions play week one?
The Lions play the Rams and
Oh
Matty Stafford.
shit, that's right.
Aren't you a Rams fan?
I am. I haven't looked at the schedule at all. I knew they played at 8 p.m. I forgot who they played. Yeah, I am a Rams fan. Yeah.
Actually, it's funny because my son bought the tickets, and he's like,
Holy
"Hey,
shit.
what are you doing for the game?" I'm like, "It's preseason." He's like, "No, I'm not talking about that game. I'm talking about the Rams game." I go, "I don't know." He's like, "Oh, well, we're going."
That's so sick.
I was like, "You spent how much on those tickets, boy?"
Don't ask
Yeah,
questions,
he
just
told me.
enjoy.
He told me. I said, "Don't tell your mother." All
Okay.
right. I think we got the Atlanta because I think Miami was. Wait, no, it was
Memphis made the
Memphis.
finals. So we start with I need a God, I'm having PTSD flashbacks right now. I just about fainted seeing the Memphis logo right here. I need a trigger warning before you say a
Oh,
certain city from
um,
Tennessee. Cause these fuckers have beaten me
yeah,
goddamn 8 straight playoff games, and I'm getting a little sick of it, Corey. I'm sick of your East Coast Canada bullshit, and beating me like he said one message last season, all of last season besides at Ryan exported, and it was yeah, just beat the brakes off of the Yankees. You know how much emotional damage that does to a person when like his one message was, yeah, just beat the brakes off the Yankees. GG's at Jock. I can't. I don't know how much of that I can handle, man. That's really fucking hard on me, okay? Like, Corey, like, come on. I fuck. Oh, Jesus fucking
oh,
Christ.
getting
Yeah,
swept.
this is the
eh,
best team in the
Getting
league.
swept
Their pitching's
is never fun.
great.
It's never fun.
They hit well. Let's move on to the next team. No,
So let's give them
let's
they
give
were in
Corey
the
his yeah.
SCS.
Let's give
This
Corey his
is a
flowers.
once again a very well put together team. Not a lot of holes. Um, Caleb Oliver is still on this team. As good as he's been, he's still very good. Off to a bit of a slow start, but yeah, I mean, um, I think we need to talk about the
Every year with
Torcado
this team.
Fajardo.
Oh, don't, dude. This guy like owns my fucking
I mean,
ass.
uh, if there is a clutch rating
Dude, this guy's got
for
it. This guy's
this
fucking
game,
got it. Holy
it's
shit.
80-80.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I think he had the most clutch playoff performances that we've seen in a while.
Oh, this guy's
Um,
so good. This guy
yeah,
torments me. I wake up in the
yeah,
middle of the night with hot sweats thinking about Torquato Fallardo.
yeah.
Oh my god. Is he ever just good? Yeah.
Yeah.
Their
Um,
bats are good all around, but like more so their pitching is legit as fuck. They don't have a bad starter 1 through 5. Like a lot of places, Mark Masterson might be your number 3, right? Logan Atwell, well, Logan Atwell got really worse. What the fuck?
Yeah, Logan Atwell dev down a bit.
Oh, Logan Atwell died. Oh, his velo died. Ooh. Oh,
Um,
happy fucking
gee,
birthday to me. Number one
gee, I
Memphis
wonder why
hater.
he. Hey, I wonder why he was on the trade block.
Yeah, yeah, he was
Yeah,
trying to
because
trade both Atwell and Masterson. Yeah, he's
yeah,
like, oh, I got
and
younger
he
guys ready. It's like, do you really?
yeah.
Do you? I don't fucking believe you,
Hashtag
Corey.
Corey knew, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, because I was talking to him about Atwell, and I was just like, the price wasn't right. I felt like, I was like, I'll pass. So,
Oh my god, yeah, Atwell died. Oh, I love to fucking see it. I'm gonna beat the brakes off of you this year, Corey. You just wait when we match up again. I hope start Logan Atwell. I fucking dare you. Game 4. I dare you. Their 1 through 3 is still very good though. Joe Bork is like a top tier starter. Manzanares,
yeah,
very good. Connor Perry's very good. Corey pays a lot of emphasis to pitching, right? But his bats are very well rounded. He understands like positional needs. I don't think they'll be bad for like a while. Like how much of a playoff streak are they on? 2046 till now. So they're 1, 2, 3. I think it's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they're on a 10-year streak right now, with a championship and an SCS appearance last year, obviously in the mix. They're good. They're well rounded. Corey knows his shit.
the
He
and
doesn't say anything, but he's just like a silent
from what
killer.
and in this 10 years, he's flipped this roster.
Mm-hmm.
That first at the beginning of the run of the playoffs in the SCS,
Yep.
that was with like RJ Brown and Oliver as a youngin.
Yep.
So it was a
Yep.
completely different roster than it is now. Um, so it was this is he rebuilt or he retooled. He didn't rebuild. He retooled on the fly
Yeah.
and has stayed relevant and has a really good roster. So
Yeah. Like
um
when I
you
was
may hate him,
rebuilding,
but I mean Corey's a good dude. So
he is.
um
He is. When I was rebuilding, Corey would DM me about guys that like he was interested in, and I was like, I was kind of taken aback because I'm like, why is this guy DMing me? Like, I don't hear this, like, anything. Like, you're telling me this guy, like, knows the league this well? And, like, he does. He knows players in the league. He just, like, doesn't talk in general. I wish he did. Because, like,
well
he has
I'm pretty sure
insights, and I would love
I'm
for him
pretty
to shoot the shit with us.
I don't think he's able to during the day because I believe he's a school teacher and I believe he's elementary school. So you really can't be on your phone, you know,
Oh,
with
don't get me
a
started
4 year
on
or
teachers in Canada.
a fourth grade class. I don't know what grade it is, but
Oh, don't get me
I
started.
believe it's
Both my parents
elementary
were
school.
teachers. Both my parents were teachers. Don't get me started on teachers these days versus their generation and how they're on their phones. If Corey wanted to, he could. He would just be
Um,
neglecting his class, but obviously he's a man of principle and culture.
well,
So good on
I
Corey.
know Trent has been on Slack in class. So
Yeah. Yeah. This team's really
um
fucking good. I don't think there's anything to say. Like they're well
um
rounded. They should be like in the mix again, right?
and he like he made a trade last year. He brought back Ibarra, who was a stud for him back in the day. He makes those little moves
Yeah.
that fly under the radar
Yeah.
that out too. So
He only makes
um
like 1 or 2 trades a season, but they're not like trades that are like good for now. They're good for like now and another year after that, right?
yeah.
And so he's constantly got like an influx of talent to like keep him like afloat, which I really appreciate. That's like the way that I try to design a team. I just like have drafted too well. I'm too good, so like like I haven't been able to trade away guys because I'm too busy with my own guys and drafting. But like I very much appreciate how good he has been. So and how he operates. So yeah, I really like Memphis and his whole spiel. So Atlanta actually won the Atlantic last year, so let's go to
Yes.
the
Yeah,
Barbs.
I think this is gonna be a fun one because I think both of us have some hot takes.
Can I start? Because I have a lot of
Yes, because I think our
opinions.
hot takes are gonna be the same.
So Atlanta had a terrible fucking offseason. He remedied it yesterday. He traded for Emo Youngs and
I love
Niger
that trade for
Bethia.
him. I
Yeah,
love that
that
trade.
was a good trade because his bullpen and his pitching was fucking dog shit. Um, Marty Sprout is not a good pitcher. He's a scroll guy. He's got like injuries all over the place. He was a former Yankee. He was in the Yankee system before he got taken into Rule 5. Jonathan Watt, I traded to him for a sixth round pick. Jonathan Watt was a 17th round pick that I traded for a sixth round pick. So, like, not to toot my own horn here, but his pitching was dog shit. He traded away Keefe for Wickman, which I thought was terrible because Keefe is a top tier reliever, like high leverage guy. And Wickman, I'm like, I was pissed off because I was like, I am trying to move a better catcher who is durable with more control than Wickman that you traded for, and is better defensively, and you went with Wickman anyways. And so I was a little pissed off about that, let me tell you. And then he traded for who's the other dickhead? Um,
Kirkendall.
you're right. Yes. So
So
this
the
dickhead. Okay, I gotta go on a tangent here.
go
Can I?
ahead. Go.
This
The
dickhead
floor
had
is
the
yours.
fucking audacity in replies to say that, like, oh, Jacob hasn't posted his proof that, like, Kirkendall has regressed. When I clearly posted the S plus, like, dev report, you reacted to it with burnt toast. I saw it, you saw it. But if this goddamn fucker wants to, like, put his blinders on and run around the racetrack, so be it. All the best to him. Here it is in the goddamn flesh. Like, 60 range. This guy cannot play shortstop. He's a third baseman or a second baseman. Pick your fucking poison. He'll be good at those. He cannot play shortstop. And he's doing it anyways. So he gave up a first and McCone for him. You didn't have to do either of those. You didn't have to give up fucking McCone if you didn't trade for Wickman. Like, why did you have two catchers like that? That made no fucking sense. Giving up Keefe. And then he's fixed his issues, so it's like, let's talk about the Kirkendall contract because he's like retaining 25%, but like he's owed 32 million. A quarter of that is still like 27, like 24 and a half or some bullshit. 24? Yeah, 8 times 4 is 32. Yeah, like 24 and a half. Like, he still owed a fuck ton of money. It makes no
For three
sense to
years.
me. This team can
Okay.
hit. It couldn't pitch. It's a little better now, but there's still just not like the depth there that there has been recently. And he's gonna be like, actually, my 5 million scouting budget, terrible scout actually says he's good, and I only look at OSA anyway, so it doesn't matter. My OSA says it's good, and it's like, fuck off, man. You're wrong.
I don't know if I can follow that. That was pretty good.
I've been holding
So
this in for
okay, so
so long,
I'm
Jason.
gonna take a different route on the Kirkendall trade, and I kind of I put this in Slack a little bit on a response to one of his responses to it. So D Rich's salary structure is not conducive to the Kirkendall contract. Him trading for Kirkendall is going to cost you your best player in Josiah James, who's probably going to want 35 million. As
Uh,
good as he's been,
I mean,
you're
like, I
not
wouldn't sign
like
Josiah
where
James to anything more than 25.
if I had my choice between Josiah James and Kirkendall, I'm taking James, who has not dev down.
You know
Okay.
what?
Um
I originally thought when you
okay.
said that, I was like, no, I'd take Kirkendall because he can play a position. But actually, current day James can hit the fucking ball a lot better. I would take James like in a heartbeat. I agree with that. That's a
I'm
good
taking
take.
Josiah James
Yeah.
every day over this. Now, Kirkendall 3 years ago,
Yeah,
it's a
no,
different
I'm
story.
taking Kirkendall 3 years ago.
I'm saying is that that trade hurts you because if you don't have the money to bring back your best player, what are you doing? Because by the way, you got to re-sign Wickman as well. He's a free agent after this year.
Yeah, and he
So
mentioned
you make
that
these
like Wickman
trades.
wants like a lot of money now that he's traded.
I
It's
you
like
know he's
no
probably going to want
shit.
20 million.
So
So
I'm still pissed about
it,
that Wickman trade because like I was trying to offer him a better catcher in Ignacio Meja. Like I posted him on the block like 3 times. Didn't hear jack shit from D Rich. Heard a lot from a lot of other people. He didn't reach out and he was like Tony Wickman. I'm like, you can get like a switch hitting catcher who defends better and like has the same history of like he's got a better history of home runs. He hit 35 last year versus
so
fucking Wickman 17. Like what the fuck is this shit? Um
so
so
my
that's a
whole
little
hot
horse
take
shit that he
so
could have
is
got
that
like a way better catcher
his
for
lineup is
less.
his lineup is better now,
His bats are
but
real good. And the
long
pitching is
term,
fixed.
long term, you're is he going to have the money to resign James and Wickman
It
and
doesn't
figure
matter.
out a
He'll
pitching staff?
he'll find some
No,
under
I'm,
the
I'm just
radar
saying
guy.
is that it may be a win now move, but at the expense of bringing
Brother,
back your best.
brother,
Yeah.
he will
So
find the next Scott Hill. He's on the prowl for the
Scott Hill
next
is not
Scott
good.
Hill. He will find the next Scott Hill to give him like 2.5 WAR and like 38 home runs. He will
So
find him.
um so I'm with you on the pitching staff. Um
I think the bats are good, but
this isn't a pitching staff that's going to go far in the playoffs. Vargas is devved up, and he got him in the dev lab, and it was beautiful. Like hats off to
yeah,
him.
Vargas is one of the
But
best pitchers in the league.
but if Vargas doesn't win his playoff game, D Rich is fucked. No, I'm
Mal
saying
Smart is still good. Mal Smart's very very
if
good. I
Vargas
love
loses a,
this.
a 2-1 game in the playoffs, who else is winning in the rotation? I mean, Mal Smart is good, but is he a stud? I'm
I
just saying this pitching staff is very iffy to me.
I
And I,
still agree with this. I think they're better now that they have Emo Youngs, who I like.
yes,
This feels like I don't know how we got these guys. This feels like bullshit to me. Emo
well,
Youngs and
what
Niger
I'm what I'm saying is
Bethia.
that his pitching staff isn't going to match up well with, oh, I don't know, the Yankees or
Oh, that's
Memphis.
what I'm
And
saying. Yeah, the Yankees
no,
pitching
but
staff,
I'm just
buddy.
saying is that
Oh
if his number
yeah.
one starter loses and if Mal Smart loses, his number three and number four, I'm not counting on Marty Sprout.
If you're counting
I
on
would have
Marty Sprout, you're about to have a bad time. Yeah. No, I
no,
totally agree with that. Yeah.
no. Yes, his lineup is very good,
The
but
bats are great. I think their offense like could potentially break records if everything goes right. But their pitching is like you hope for at best to be mediocre. He's gonna say some bullshit like, we're rebuilding, we're not trading picks. And I'm gonna be like, shut the fuck up. Like you got
he all he's done is trade picks in the offseason.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, he's gonna come up with some smart ass comment and be like, the Yankees don't do this and I do this, and I'm gonna be pissed off. He's like, Jacob never made a
So
mistake. The thing he keeps saying that I'm like, shut up, dude. Is like he's like, oh yeah, you've never made a mistake. Am I not allowed to critique what you do? Like I very openly like when I make mistakes, have acknowledged those, but you were like very unreceptive or like very like you've got your fucking blinders on, brother. So
okay,
he yeah, I don't know. I've got a lot to say about the Braves. We could go about this for like 4 hours, but we're already like 2 hours and
yeah,
13 minutes on this shit.
yeah.
So
We got to keep things moving.
yeah,
The third team is Miami.
Miami. It pisses like let me just
Uh,
say right off the bat, it pisses me off that like Sam will wait till the last day of free agency and then sign an entire rotation on the last day and then just be good again all of a sudden. Like, look at how many guys he has expiring. He doesn't care. Every year it's the same shit since I've been here. He just like signs an entire pitching staff to 1-year deals the entire time, and then they end up good because their ballpark is bullshit. This motherfucker,
Um,
Sam is good. Sam is a very smart GM. It bothers me because he knows how to play to his surroundings.
um, he's got the perfect lineup for that speed, contact.
Gap.
Yeah,
Yeah. No,
yeah.
they hit well.
It's
So
yeah,
the thing about Sam is that he invests in batters long term. Like Michael Clark and Josh Roberts have been there a while. Josh Roberts was a draft pick, 2047. He's been there a while, right? He's 30. He's been there since day one. Michael Clark, 27. He traded for him 5 years ago. He's been there since like his entire Sky career. His pitchers, on the other hand, Billy Ott, he drafted. Guess how many other pitchers he drafted? Kerwick is 35. Do you think he drafted him? Ooh, he had him last year.
no,
He
that
let him
was
walk and then signed him again to a 1-year deal. Fraley, that was an Atlanta pitcher last year, right? Ricky Conklin? I don't know where the fuck this guy came from. He just like
that was draft pick.
apparently this guy's been here a while. Diefenbaugh? Nope, he played in Montreal last year and then Atlanta the year before. So he like signs at least 3 pitchers year in year out that are very very good. He was trying to sign Madrano before I came in and like swung my dick around and like stole him from him. But like he's got the fundamentals. He knows how to play. Miami's always going to be a threat. I don't think there will ever be a tangible season where Miami is bad. They're just like a good team. He knows how to draft. He knows how to develop guys. He's constantly he plays like the stupid fucking game of like, oh, well, sign these minor league AAA quad A guys to like $300 signing bonuses so they sign with me instead of somebody else. Like he's on top of things and like he does the nerd shit and I just want to like stuff him in a locker and like give him a wet willy for like the shit that he does because he does it so well.
Yeah, and um, I don't know if I love the rotation, but it's certainly not going to be the worst one in the division. But
You can keep up a
I
rotation like that when they play half their games in Miami, when they're not going to give
yeah
up home runs, right? Like, look at these ballpark factors. They're not giving up home runs. He's got good defenders at basically every position, right? And so, like, those, like, oh, we're hitting for average. Those aren't actually hitting for average because you've got good defenders all across the board, right? And they're not going to give up home runs just because of the ballpark and because he's got guys with good movement. So he understands how the simulation works and how to manipulate that to the best of his abilities. Fucking Sam.
yeah. So was Virginia fourth?
Yeah, they
I
were.
think they were.
They were. They're currently first in the division. I don't. This is bullshit
don't.
to me.
Well, I thought they were an up and coming team last year. I think he brought up a couple of his prospects and they were doing reasonably well, and then he fell apart at the end of the year. So I'm just I clicked on his pitching first of all, and I'm like, what in the fuck is this?
His pitching's terrible. They lost Jose De La Cruz, and they have been terrible ever since. I really wish
like,
that he signed.
When I
a
click on the
pitcher.
lineup, it better be very fucking good because they're 9-3.
The top half of their bats are very good. The bottom half sucks shit. They're
So-
good like fielders, but they can't hit the ball to save their life.
So I'm looking at his schedule, and he's basically whooped everybody. He's beat Miami and Atlanta. He just wasn't beaten up on the Orioles. He's beat the good teams too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, like not just Make-A-Wish wins against fucking Baltimore. Yeah.
So he does have some very good bats in his lineup. Obviously I think his catcher is decent, and in Robbie Baum.
He can't
Um,
actually like play catcher though. He should be.
he's not a
He
very
added
good
Ed
catcher.
Phillips as an
Um,
actual catcher. Robbie
wow.
Baum is
I'm sorry.
DHing. That's
I'm
good.
distracted by the game. God damn it! Who is that? That Reed again, motherfucker. Um, throw it to Watson. God damn it.
Yeah.
So he has some sexy bats, right? I love Cunningham. I
Oh,
think Ray
Cunningham's
Cook.
so sick. Oh, this
Yeah,
guy's so good. I remember
I love Ray Cook.
I remember whammying Lee Cunningham on draft day because I thought that Ron Gillis was the 1-1. And I was just so fucking wrong. And so, like, to Berto, if you ever listen to this, I'm so sorry for doubting you. You were so right.
So there is, I think this lineup is really young
yeah.
and kind of it's kind of sexy looking. But the pitching is mediocre at best.
They don't pitch well, and especially with like Jose Luis de la Cruz like out for basically the season.
So,
I was really
what
hoping
if-
that they would sign one of the free agent pitchers. Like if you think about Miami and how they signed like
I was about to say the same
Kerwick.
thing. What if he signed all those guys? Like, and he had
Exactly.
just
Yeah.
a marginal rotation.
Yeah. Because how much has he got on salary right now? He's got 85 mil. He could have team statistics. Let's see. Like how much is he spending on other shit? Let's find Virginia. Virginia. They are 18 mil in scouting. Like, let's say he drops that to, like, min. And he's got 18 mil in cash right now. Why the fuck does he have 18 mil in budget space? Like, he should have signed one of those pitchers. Drop your scouting, like, to 15 mil, have, like, 20 mil in the available, and you sign, like, at least one of those guys. You could have gotten, like, Kerwick. Another pitcher could have done so much for your chances before Jose de la Cruz got injured for the season, right? But like he didn't do anything, and I was really hoping he would because they were like on the cusp of really making something, and like with their pitching being like honestly pretty fucking bad, I would say right now. Like their bullpen is dog shit. I've seen one, two. I don't see like anybody that like really looks good in their bullpen. I
No,
see
it's
one or two starters that look okay. Their bats look good, but like, are you really gonna be able to like hang on, especially in like a park that's like home run favorable? Otherwise, like I really wish he added at least one starter here with that much
he might be.
cash.
Yeah, I mean, he could. I mean, if Virginia, if they keep winning, like you can make a trade, you can call up the Cubs. No wait, and go get Stevenson, matchmaker.
Matchmaker.
No, I'm saying like
The
there are bad
Cubbies,
teams
yeah,
that have decent
absolutely,
pitchers.
yeah.
And I mean, I'm just saying, like, call up, I don't know, like Detroit and see what we have to offer.
Call
You
up
know,
Detroit
Um,
to see if we'll retain Rush for 50%. Oh, I
no,
don't
yeah,
know. Maybe we got a bullpen armor too. Oh,
yeah, I might have a couple arms there in the pen.
yeah.
I might have a Marcus
yeah,
Graham.
you do, but you're asking for a fucking arm and a leg for any
Well,
of
probably
them.
not anymore.
Oh,
Maybe
buddy,
not anymore because they suck. Okay,
I
but
still am pissed off at
let's
you.
keep it on the Black Bears.
Okay, when we get to the Yankees, I'm gonna be pissed off for a little about your Rush ask. Or maybe when we get to the tires. Because last offseason was that pissed me the fuck off what you asked for Rush, okay? Anywho, Virginia needs pitchers. They don't have them. They could spend for them. I wish they did in the offseason before there was like anybody when there was like anybody left, because there's like not anybody now.
Yeah.
So like there's an opportunity for them to have been better. They're 9-3 right now. I don't think that's gonna hold, but like I will gladly be wrong.
So let's move to the Phillies because,
Ooh.
uh, yeah.
Uh.
So last offseason,
Oh.
I referred to them as the champions of the offseason. Loved it. I loved a lot of their moves. I think injuries got them and bad luck and one-run games and whatever, right? Um, this offseason, like say what you will about if you like the Braves moves or not. I think the Phillies moves were questionable.
Uh.
I mean, I liked the Kirkendall trade, getting rid of a deving down guy you can't play shortstop with
Yeah.
that kind, with getting a first rounder and I don't care what McCann is. That was a salary match, so
It
D-Rich
was
can get.
pretty much that. Yeah, I agree. And
But
like
the
you can
problem is
flip
that he signed a
him.
fucking extension.
Oh.
That
Oh, you
I
know
haven't
what?
even.
That extension isn't terrible. 18 mil a year.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't cared enough to look. So
It's 18 mil
um,
a year for 3 years, so it takes them to like 34. That's actually not terrible. I just, as like a principal, don't
18 million
understand
dollars a year.
the.
He's only making 10 now.
So like an
You
8
gave
million.
this
Yeah,
guy
but
8
those are
million?
free
Oh
agent
my
years that you're
god.
buying out. That's not. That's
Oh,
actually not
Jacob,
bad.
no. This is a bad extension.
So I don't think the extension is bad. I think that everything else in terms of the Phillies'
You
vision
almost
is
doubled his
bad.
salary.
That doesn't matter. He's worth 18 mil a year
Oh,
for what he
I'm not
is.
paying that catcher that.
That's worth 18 mil a year, and what I think is gonna happen is that the Phillies. I'm looking at their salary page right now. They have like fucking nobody.
Jacob, let me just finish my thought on this.
Okay, please do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. If McCann was in free agency
yeah,
and he's asking for 18 million for 3 years,
yep.
he's still a free agent on opening day.
No,
Nobody's signing him to 18
I
million dollars.
disagree. I disagree.
I think people are going to look at that number
I
and go,
think
"You're
people
fucking crazy."
underrate the ability of a catcher, and also 18 million helps your pitchers far more. And so when he's able to like positively frame your pitchers, like out. So let's take
Okay,
last year for example. Like Declan Later is one of the best framing catchers in the league. Elazar Ramirez, who I signed, went from like 3 walks per 9 to 1.9. He dropped a full walk per 9 innings because of a catcher rather than anything else. And so I think McCone, who's a plus defensively but also can really fucking hit, definitely goes for 18 million a year to someone.
mm,
Um,
um,
in terms of like the
I don't.
Phillies, in terms of the Phillies and what they're doing, do I think it makes sense? They got a first round pick. Is it a salary match? Yeah, I absolutely agree. But they have like literally everybody. I'm just staring at. I have not changed from their salary screen. I don't know if you're like looking at what I'm sharing on Zoom right now,
No,
but
I'm.
literally everybody is expiring. Their team is like at a precipice of like we either have to sign a whole bunch of guys or do fuck all. And so
Oh, the problem is okay. So he moves Kirkendall. So this appears to be a sell off, right? Because you're not moving him unless you don't think you're going to be good. Because I think Kirkendall was a critical part of his lineup, right?
yeah,
So you trade
absolutely.
him, fine. So it appears Trent's going to rebuild, right? What does he fucking do the next day? And he warned us in general chat about it. He trades $25 million,
Yeah, I
money he
hated that
saved,
shit.
or he sent no, he sent his first round pick in 2 years
Yeah,
for
that's like
twenty five million
that's a
dollars.
potential first overall because he's got like nothing
There,
committed to
right?
next year. That
Yeah,
was so he's made a
because
lot
what
of
is going to
trades that
be
have
here?
questioned for like the sustainable success, but I mean like okay, if you're trying to win now, that's fine. But like in terms of like future and like long term building, I don't see it, man. I
Like
really
in two
don't.
years, in 2 years, what does this roster look like that first round pick is not a top five pick?
Like it could definitely be a lotto pick, like top 10 at worst. He's got like a lot of guys to resign, but he's also got a lot of money. So like top 10 feels reasonable, especially when like you've got your Oakland, Milwaukee, fucking I I don't know who else that are perennial like
It
lottery
just
picks. But like it doesn't
and Trent
feel
said
forward thinking, and
what
ah
Trent said it's more fun to try and contend than it is to rebuild.
I agree. I
So
agree with
I couldn't
that.
fight him on that, but I think everybody has to have a long term plan for your team, and it doesn't appear that Trent has one right now.
I agree
So
with both of those things. It
because
is more
I
fun
will tell
to
you
be
this,
winning
me
than
and
it is
Jock
to be
were
bad.
talking trade, and I said I want that Philly pick
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah,
because
that Philly pick is
that pick has
very
enormous value.
valuable. Yeah, that Philly
Yeah,
pick is super fucking valuable.
yeah.
But like Copa's expiring. That's the center fielder. He's only 28. He's got like no injury history. He can play the position. Like there's guys here. Negalescu is expiring. He's 37, but he can goddamn play. He's gonna go into the Hall as a goddamn Philly somehow. Um, there's guys here. I don't think they're like SCS contenders, but I think there's guys here, and I think he needs to like really take a look at like what his long term vision is because I don't see like a future with this core to be competitive, and so it's like, okay, are you selling it off last minute because you're gonna get robbed that way? Alright, so sell it off early so that guys get their guy. But he's traded so many fucking picks away for like you fucking traded him Nick Burkhardt for like a fourth. That was bullshit. You were robbing him blind and you knew it. You were
I
I
okay.
can
It had
feel
nothing.
I can feel your fucking Austin Powers like fucking fingers like tingling like, ooh, look at this. We got a fourth round pick. And I'm like, you sneaky fucking
That trade was
bastard.
done in about 15 minutes.
Well, I'm not surprised the way that it turned out. Yeah. We spent like
No,
30
actually, it was overnight, but actual negotiations couple minutes. I said, give me a fourth, and I said the fourth is really about the retention
You are
because
so fucking bullshit. We've got one more team to talk about in the East, and it's the Orioles. Let's get to them before we like
actually, at this
never
team,
finish
there's
this
nothing to
shit.
talk about.
There really
Actually, no, wait a
isn't.
minute.
I posted like, hey, if you have
But they
somebody
do have that
to
hitter
tell
who's
me
pretty good.
about, it was, and Troy was the only one to message me, and he said it was like Josh Thomason. So
Yeah,
Josh
Thomason is.
Thomason looks good. The thing I noticed with the Orioles is that like there's a lot of younger players than I thought there were. I don't think there's a lot of good players. I I don't think Troy knows what a good pitcher is. I'm not gonna lie.
Well,
Um,
it's no. You're wrong because he traded Watford. He knew he wasn't any good.
you wouldn't trade Watford if you knew what a good pitcher is. But like Tony, so like let's get one thing straight. Troy, Tony Eccles cannot or should not play in your rotation because his current and future role as a pitcher tag is bullpen emergency starter. He is losing Ks per nine and also just like accruing more hits by being in the rotation as a result. You have far too many guys with like
That's a
50
long reliever,
movement.
right? Yeah, that's a long reliever.
Yeah, he can play like a middle reliever setup guy. I'm okay with that.
Um,
It's
this
55.
is not. I think it's Troy. Troy's 7-5. How is that fucking possible? Um,
I don't know. But he's like
um,
50, 55,
did he sweep
55 that can
Memphis?
play
Didn't
as
he
like
say
a.
he swept Memphis or something?
Yes, he swept Memphis at
Jesus
home.
fucking Christ, he did.
Yeah, he swept Memphis at home.
Um,
Holy
I know
fucking.
you're gonna love that. Um,
Yeah. I
as Troy will,
love.
I don't think Troy thinks this is a good thing. He did the right thing. He got rid of Self,
Yeah, he
and
should have.
with,
He got a good pick for it. Maybe he could have gotten more, but that guy
Now
was
we
at
can
his
argue for
worst.
days. Everybody can argue for days on the value.
Yeah.
I didn't love the value. I didn't, but he got what he got. Um, but I certainly think he might have been worth more. But you
I
okay over
think
there?
at his peak versus his bar, like his peak of his bars is worth more. But like who he is right now, it's like, and who he's been, it's like, is he
Well,
really
have you
worth
seen what he's
that?
been doing? Because Steve posted it today. So
Yeah,
small sample
exactly.
size,
So like I think
but
it's better that you just traded it and like got it over with because like he would have been stuck in mediocrity with Self and gotten worse draft picks with him and just not been a good team. Like the next guy to go should be Josh Thompson because this guy should go for a pretty penny. This is a good fucking player. Uh,
so matchmaker, who could use a bat like this?
that's a good
Las
question.
Vegas. If Las Vegas wants to get silly, I don't know. This
Uh,
bat in Las
yeah,
Vegas.
Las Vegas could. I could see Craig doing
How
it
about
just because
Portland?
he
How
appreciates
about
the time.
Portland? Tyler, call him up.
Tyler's too much of a fucking coward to ever trade what he's worth for Josh Thomason.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
also think
okay.
he just like gets too many guys that are like interchangeable between corner outfield, first base, and
So
DH in a
Jacob,
draft. Yep.
is Tom Thomason worth two firsts?
No.
Because I'm going to say he's worth one first to start.
I
Like probably
absolutely
like a
agree.
one
He's
and
worth
two.
a first because like 55 contact, 55 avoid Ks with a 60 home run is like 35 home runs with like a 290 to 310 average on the year. That's a 140 to 170 like WRC plus guy. That's great. That's a guy you want to build around, and he can like field at left field. You absolutely can keep him in left. So,
I think he could play right field.
you know what? With that arm, I would agree. Yeah, I would prefer somebody with more range, but like in a pinch, if you don't have anybody better, yeah, you can absolutely force him at right. But I think he's definitely not worth two firsts, but like I would say like 1 plus 3 plus 4 or like 1 plus 2
Yeah,
plus
yeah, yeah. I
six or
I just wanted to
something.
see where you're at on his valuation
It
because
depends
you
on
know.
how what's his service time at. 1 year 14 days, so he's gonna hit the 2 year mark this season. Yeah, so he's got one more year after this at Min, and then he hits ARB. So you would want to trade him this season actually, so that he's got like trade deadline Min plus next season Min. This is the peak to trade him.
Yeah.
In terms of value. And so like there's a Portland available that should be in on him. I would say
Hey, San
Memphis.
Francisco.
Yeah, I was gonna
Look,
say Memphis, San Francisco. This is totally an Atlanta type of guy to trade for. Um, I don't think this is a Texas guy, but this could be someone they could use.
yeah. Well,
And
I'm
there's
talking
a
about
few
like
others. There's
yeah.
absolutely a market for him, and I think Troy should be like reaching out and being like, "Hey, this is potentially one of the best batters. You can get him at minimum this year and next year. Like let's talk a deal. Trade your picks. This is worth these picks."
Hey, Troy, call up fucking Zach.
No, Zach's. I want to say. Oh, I want to say a word about Zach. I'm not gonna say that on an official pod, but I just like. Oh, Zach is. No, don't call up
Okay.
Zach.
Okay.
Zach's not good. Don't bother with Zach. Don't like ignore Zach. If you want a good deal, do
Okay.
not talk to Zach.
All right. So let's rate these teams. So because I know you got
That's the
about a
whole
half hour left.
division. Yeah. You know what?
Let's go.
I'll go to 11. We can get through the whole thing. We can do this.
Okay. Okay.
We
Um,
can do this, Jason.
I want to say Memphis is the best team right. Is it Memphis?
I think it's close. I don't think there's like a clear distinctive number one. I think Memphis, Atlanta, and Miami are all in the mix of number one. I think those are your
Yeah,
top three teams, and depending on like how much luck they get, I think any three of them could be your number one. I think Virginia's like the fourth after, and like I don't think they're anywhere close. I think those first three are like the top three.
yeah.
Um,
If Virginia can find some pitching,
yeah,
I think they
Virginia's
it
got to
gets
go
interesting.
seeking out some pitching. I don't know if they
Yeah.
will, but that would be
I don't like the outlook for Trent. I don't think this goes well
no, I don't either,
because
and I hope
even with the moves that even with the guys that he signed, and I think he signed Nelson, um, whoever else, I don't think that's enough to fix what ails your team. Um,
yeah, no,
there's
I
just better teams. There's just better teams overall.
yeah,
So
and especially in Atlantic where it's like very competitive, like Atlanta, Memphis, and Miami, none of those teams are going to be bad, and they're going to beat you like on all of the optimization shit. Like Trent can be like the best that he can possibly be, but like Sam's gonna push his glasses up his nose and just like beat you on like the fucking nerd shit. You're not gonna beat him on that. Corey's gonna like. You can tell me Corey's a kindergarten teacher or whatever the fuck you said he was earlier, but like Corey's a smart motherfucker. Like I guarantee that guy is like he's got to some stupid fucking math model to figure out how to play. Like he knows his shit, and D Rich is D Rich, and he's just like full of bullshit. He
all
knows
right,
his shit. So like, if you're Philly,
and
you're not.
Baltimore's probably a 105 loss team. So
Baltimore is the worst team in the division by far.
it's not even. I mean, this is Arizona bad, but they have a big asset to move still.
They do, and I hope Troy gets on it early.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much else to move besides that. Yeah, not much. I mean, maybe some roll. Who's this Crosby guy he was pimping on? He looks okay. On pace for 17 wars. Yeah, that'll work. All right, let's go to the Great Lakes because I think we want to end on a high note with the North, right?
Oh yeah, that's in the best division in baseball. We gotta end with the North.
Indianapolis, the
There's
Fighting Generals.
literally one and a half teams to talk about in this division, so we're gonna get through it very quickly. Indy is the
Yeah.
same team as it's been like 3 years. Let's talk about Tom Dunmeyer because he looks great.
Um,
He put up 7.5 WAR. He won Rookie of the Year. No, he didn't. He won. He did not because Ben Kaiser did. That was he got robbed just like as an error of opportunity. But they hit super fucking well. I love the trade he made for Elijah Vanderpool. His pitching's still good from like the Jenner era. Um,
yeah, and he's moved a lot of guys. So
it Josh I can tell knows his shit. He's not as active in terms of like development as Jenner's. Jenner might have been the best GM that I have seen. Jenner knows his shit better than anybody. Um, I hope we expand in like the 2060 era, and Jenner has like an urge to come back because he's special. He's a very special GM. He knows his shit, and did like
you know what's the funny thing about him? He doesn't even watch baseball.
do you want to hear something fucked up? I only got into baseball last year because I started dating my current partner because she loved baseball. And so I started playing Out of the Park 24 to learn baseball. I'd never watched baseball before. I fucking hated it. So like if he doesn't watch
So
baseball that makes total sense because his framework is like trying to optimize Out of the Park, not play baseball. I
yeah,
totally
I
get it. He's a smart
yeah
guy.
because
That makes
because
total
on
sense
his
to me.
championship pod,
Yeah.
he's more of a stats guy
Yeah.
than and like a management guy than a baseball guy.
Yeah,
So
that makes total sense to me. He knows his shit and he
um
knows how to optimize how to develop guys and how to keep a thing running.
so so back to Josh.
Yeah.
Um the only critique I have is that the problem is this is still Jenner's team. Like Josh hasn't done anything that has been a Josh move.
He's
Dunmire,
traded for Vanderpool. Vanderpool is a
okay,
huge
okay,
move.
no, but I'm saying Aguilar, Dunmire,
So,
Nag, and Penryn are all Jenner. I mean, your core of your team is still the Jenner team,
but
and
like a Josh
that
move is, and like Josh being a good GM is understanding that those are like very key pieces that can win you a championship, and knowing that like you shouldn't move on from them because like you have good pieces, right? And so he's smart enough to know that he should keep them around because he has like championship aspirations, and he should like retain that core that Jenner has built. I don't hate Josh and his ability. He's got a lot. So if we want to critique Josh's GM, it's going to come up this season because he's got a lot of guys expiring and he will have a lot of tough decisions to make. Um
yes,
so
I think
Josh is
Penryn
still riding Jenner's
is
coattails.
the
I
big one.
absolutely agree with you, but this offseason is like a critical one for Indy. And I think Josh knows his shit. That's not something that I will ever like be critical of because I think he like looked at his team and realized like, oh, we've got a lineup, we've got pitching, the depth is here to make shit, and he traded in the one place that he did have a weakness, which was for Elijah Vanderpool, which is like a younger, cost controlled guy who's like one of the better third basemen in the league, arguably, both defensively. Well, mostly defensively, but like he can really bat, and so I think Josh knows his shit, and it'll just be like a matter of like figuring out where from here to go. I don't think he should like
I wasn't saying
trade guys
he was a
just
bad
because
GM.
like
I was just
no,
saying I haven't seen
and
a
that's
Josh.
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that like I can understand that Josh like analyzed his team and like looked at it and was like, oh, I've got good things coming, right? And so he should stick with it. And he made like a big trade for Vanderpool. He's still got like Dunmire and a couple other like cheap pieces. He's gonna have to make some tough decisions on like Penryn and like a few other guys. But like he can
Yeah,
very much like maintain a very long term core here, right? And so if we really want to judge Josh as like a general manager and how he operates, I think it should be next year and the year beyond, right? Like this off season will be huge, and then beyond that will be like how we distinguish Josh from other GMs and whether he's like a very good one or whether he's like a decent one. But I think he's doing well with what he's been given up to this point, right?
yeah, because I kind of agree with you there because he took the team and he's letting it run its course.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but he's putting every guy that he has in the best place possible. So I very much respect Josh for what he has done up to this point.
And and I mean he's got a fantastic team. Um, so I mean clearly this is going to be the best team in the Great
Oh,
Lakes,
by
and
far. By fucking
yeah,
far.
yeah. I mean
Everybody else in
it's not
the
even close.
Great Lakes sucks. The only other team to talk about is the Twins. And that's because, like, we're still talking about, like, a Twins team that, like, fucking he's inherited from Rippo. So we're still, like, on that same bullshit of, like, oh, guy who has acquired team from someone else. So, yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
that's the
look,
kind of shit we're on.
okay,
They're
he got
good.
the team from Rippo. Okay, he won a championship. It's his championship.
Yes,
He
he
was running
did.
the team.
He won a
He
goddamn
made
championship.
moves to win the championship.
Yep.
I'm like, when I joined this league, the first year I joined, I won the SCS. So, I mean, if that's my championship, then Zach
So
has a
yeah,
championship.
shut up and let him win an SCS, Jason. No criticism allowed.
I know. Well, I just said Zach made the moves to win.
He did. He
So
did. He
did make
traded
the
a lot
team
with me
a
as
bit of his
well.
own. So I'm just saying because I did the same thing my year.
Yeah.
So
I
and
more
I still take
importantly
shit for
than
that,
what
but
he did
it's
like
fine.
3 years
I
ago.
look.
Tell me
I think the
about.
Twins are.
Tell me how mad you are that he signed Jim Lunsford over you.
I was. I he got a DM because I had the offer out there too, and he beat me by 100K.
That's fucking funny.
Um, well, I was gonna bring him back, and I
Yeah,
waited for the price to drop. So, um, I he got a DM.
yeah.
So, um, yeah, I don't like that he's gonna have Twins hat on, but it is what it is.
They're,
Um,
yeah,
I think what we're seeing is the end of the road for the
I
Twins.
agree.
'Cause, the fact that he had to sign Lunsford to put him in the middle of the lineup says a lot.
Yeah, I
Because I think
agree. I
Lunsford
agree.
is fine if you're like Detroit and you don't really care and you're just trying to get some war so he gets to a certain war in his career. But Everhart is still ticking. He's still very
He's.
good.
I'm sorry, but Zach is one of the worst drafters in here. Like Vern Dickey, he traded up to draft like fifth overall. Guy looks fucking dog shit. Fucking
Um,
terrible. He drafts horribly. He will never be able to sustain a core. This is the same thing that
uh,
like why
Jacob,
Baltimore
you
was
need to
bad,
know
why
your
Indy
your
was
Sky
bad.
history. Zach drafted Gabe.
Gabe
Sanis,
Sandoval.
yeah.
Did he trade him afterwards? Like what?
No, he left the White Sox. He drafted
Oh,
him when
that's right. He was the
he
god.
left the White Sox to go to Arizona, and then Sly took over the White Sox.
That's right.
So, so like
That's his claim
now,
to fame.
now, now you don't know
It
the
was a
story
third round
that
pick. That's fucking
JP
bullshit.
assisted the drafting of Gabe Sandoval.
Okay, so this is
So,
like a third round pick. This means nothing to if we were talking like about a guy that was drafted like in the first like 50 picks and he was just like, "Ah, yeah, I knew better than the rest of you." Then like that's one thing, but like a third rounder drafted like 86th overall is like, "Oh, I saw a good player, but I got like very lucky along the way about how he. Why is Gabe Sandoval getting fucking scouting reports? Why can't I see his historical?
um,
Anywho, like, if that's his claim to fame, then like he was 1-1. Why is Gabe Sandoval showing up as like a
because he was originally picked by
oh
the Mets.
third 86th then 1-1? Oh, he failed to
Yeah, he
sign.
was originally a pick by the Mets,
Yep.
didn't sign, and then he
Okay.
got a major dev up in the draft
Yep.
and was the 1-1.
Yep. Okay. My apologies. Thank you, Jacques and Jason,
I
both
am the
for
Sky
passing on
historian, okay, of
this
this pod. So,
information. Yes.
so
That's not a. If you
this is the
have
end of the road for the Twins.
1-1, that's not like a. You shouldn't be applauded for drafting a good player at 1-1. Like
Well, I'm
drafting a
I'm
good player
just
at 1-1 is nothing.
and he did build like the farm of the century and with the Diamondbacks. Zach has done some good things in the league.
That
He's also
Zach's
done some dumbass shit in the league.
Zach has
I
done.
think the dumbass shit outweighs the good stuff, but
I've
I'm not going to completely shit.
Zach's
He's done some good.
Orioles tenure was dog shit.
It was
Zach's
okay. The bad outweighs the good,
the
but
Zach's Twins tenure
let's get back
of
to the Twins
good
because we got to
has
keep this moving.
been on the back of somebody else. But that's neither here nor there. Let's talk about the third place team in the Great Lakes and let's like burn through these because all of these teams are dog
What
shit, and I don't want to talk
well,
about.
I wanted to make my Twins point that this is the I think the circle of life is hitting the Twins,
Yeah, yeah.
and I don't think the Twins are going to be a playoff team this year. So I don't think his roster's very good.
Wow. Okay.
No, I don't think this is a playoff team. I
I
don't.
think
I think this
just based
lineup has
on the rest
Everhart
of their
and nothing else.
division, they will be a playoff team because there's enough high-end talent here to carry them to a playoff spot.
I
Do I think they're good?
I don't think so.
No. Do I think that they will get a bonus based on being able to play the Indians, Reds, Brewers, and Pirates more than fucking anybody else? Yeah, absolutely. That is a
Okay.
huge buff that they should take for granted. That they shouldn't take for granted.
Okay. So who finished third? Was it the Indians?
I don't know. All of these teams
Okay.
sucked shit last year.
Okay. Let's go to the Pirates because the Pirates I think are fun.
The Pirates have good bats. They have
Obviously,
terrible pitchers. I was talking about this with Craig earlier today that Etten is still acquiring pitchers that were good in 24 that are no longer good in 25. And so his pitching should suck shit. Their bats have like a couple of game breakers. I don't like their team otherwise. Trading number 14 for goddamn Carson Loveday is arguably like boot that goddamn motherfucker from the league right there.
So that trade, he's a 50 overall, so it's a bad value trade. He might not have scouted him and to see that he was not a 75 or a 70
so if you look at this profile,
all that I'm saying is that while I am no longer the Pirates GM, a lot of these players have been acquired by me, and I love them. So I'm going
You're
to try.
Still playing
last
fucking
year I shit on the
interference
Pirates.
for the Pirates. Holy shit!
So last year I shit on the Pirates because I didn't like what he was doing. So I'm going to try to be nice this year and say, look, Miller Head is in the majors. Jason Berry is in the majors. Cal Justice is in the majors.
I don't
okay. He at least
fuck.
brought these guys up.
I don't care. He traded the 14th overall pick for Carson Loveday, who, like, if you look at his profile and you're like 70 stuff, 50 movement, 60 control, that's a sick fucking pitcher in 24 or like prior. In 25, that shit doesn't work. This pitcher blows. And that pitcher sucks. You can't play good pitchers without 55 movement. That doesn't work. It's bad because a lot of the time those guys will be like 50 home run against rating. They will suck shit. They'll give up like 1.2 to 1.3 home runs per 9. And in Pittsburgh, that might be like 1.5. But they'll be bad, and so I just don't think that Etten has adapted.
I think this is a 500 team.
I think
this lineup is better than
I don't
giving
hate
it
that
credit
assessment of a 500 team.
I honestly, this rotation is not as bad. I think Iglesias. Obviously, I drafted him. I think Iglesias is a pretty good pitcher.
Iglesias is their best pitcher because Cal Justice is going to be out.
Actually, it's Cal Justice.
No,
if Cal Justice is healthy.
If Cal Justice is healthy, yeah. If my aunt had nuts, she'd be my uncle. Like, what kind of fucking if is that? Jared Iglesias is their best pitcher.
Really, he's had some bad luck with injuries, obviously. So
some bad luck.
He's had some awful fucking luck.
Some bad luck. Yeah, he's injury prone. Some bad luck.
I mean, he lost his number 1 and number 2 starters.
Is he? Let's check.
Dusty Sloan and Tommy Anderson are basically.
Anderson.
Actually, all they're coming back. Oh.
Anderson's
He's getting them back.
I'm sorry. Anderson's terrible.
Oh, Tommy Anderson is just about dead.
He was dead when you traded for him.
Oh, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. When did you trade? We're getting receipts.
Like 3 years ago.
We're getting fucking receipts. Holy shit. Tommy Anderson, when did you trade for Um, you traded for him in 2053, 0428 scouting. He sucked shit. I'm sorry. He was dog shit. He was no. He was dog shit. His
Okay.
velo had
Okay.
dropped. He was dead. He was
He's
fucking
dead. He's officially
dead.
dead now.
He
He's
was
officially
dead
dead.
like 3 years ago.
You are incorrect.
Just admit you were wrong. What do you mean?
All right. I think the Pirates are a 500-ish team.
I don't disagree with that. I think the Pirates can be close because Miller Head is really good, and Jason Berry I think is the best catcher in the league. Um,
Yeah, and there's other pieces here, obviously, that I know and I like.
that are it's all
The
dependent on
the
health.
problem is that is Millerhead gonna get hurt?
No, you
Is
know what the problem
Phillips
is?
gonna get hurt?
You know what the problem is? It's like, oh, are we gonna be out of it in July? Let me send Miller Head and Jason Berry down to AAA again.
I look.
I'm
I
gonna
I don't think
shame
this is a
him.
great team in the league,
No.
but honestly, I think the Circle of Life is gonna hit the Twins. I think the Pirates have an opportunity to jump the Twins. So
Pirates have a I you know what? That's a take I don't hate. I think the two are
I'm just
pretty
saying
equal.
is that if Dusty Sloan comes back in 2 months
Yeah.
and they're getting Rudder back, and
So
if
yeah,
Tommy
he
Anderson
did trade
getting
for Caleb Rutter, which I feel a little
yeah
bad about because that guy dev'd down in spring training. So
yeah
like
well he
last
is
year
going
I
to
had
get
him
some guys back.
at last year I had him at like 50 contact, 50 power, and he's just died.
Yeah,
He
so
died since I traded for him, so I feel a little bad because I wasn't trying to pull like a slimy like, oh, this guy's dying. I signed him cheap for 3 years. Come get this like elite center fielder defensively. I just had a better option for me personally. I was trying to get some picks back, and so I feel kind of bad, especially because it was Etten and he's new, that this guy fell off a fucking cliff because that feels pretty
well
bad.
I again it's not really about the bat, it's about the glove. So
But like that 5 points makes a huge difference, you know?
well again I think he was more of a glove guy anyways. So
He was, but
I'm
like
not
he
I'm not
was
I'm
like
not gonna
a
worry.
league average
Like
bad
if he can
beforehand.
hit 245 and have Gold Glove
Bruh.
ability,
Bruh.
I'm gonna be perfectly
He,
fine.
he, he hit like 250, 260 the last 2 years beforehand.
Yeah,
He's been hitting like
yeah.
250 3 years prior with like a 90 OPS plus. Um he kind of just got fucked
All
by
right, who's
injuries.
next?
Let's go to the next team. Let's get through these quick because the Great Lakes fucking blows, and I don't want to talk about these guys any longer.
Okay, Indians, not much fucking here,
The
and
Indians are gonna
he had
blow.
the most polarizing pick in the draft in Ted Carr.
He keeps picking
Um,
injury-prone guys. Anthony Ogwin is like he needs to trade him immediately. Luther Hara, he probably needs to trade this guy. He's got no injuries. This guy could be like a very good starter for somebody. I would trade him. Um,
yeah.
that would be like my prime piece because it's like this team is not set to win anytime soon. He also just doesn't give a
Oh my
flying fuck
God,
about defense. But
why in the world did he sign the Japanese pitcher? Like,
the Hiroshi Kamaya, yeah, no,
yeah,
I was trying to
like,
sign that guy and Daryl outbid me. Yeah, yeah, I don't.
you
So
can move him. Like, nobody
sorry.
giving you a first
Let's
round
take
pick
a minute
for
and
this
look at his
guy.
bullpen. He's got the Japanese pitcher set to a closer, and guess what the rest of his bullpen is set to?
None.
You betcha! You fucking bet. Never a dull moment in Cleveland. um, Holy fuck,
This
man.
team is,
They're bad.
yeah, he needs to move, as you said. Old Gwen, you could maybe move a PJ James.
Gage
Um,
Timko could probably move for more than you think because of his defensive bars. Um, but like, there's really not much here, and it's just about like his drafting, whether or not there's like, he keeps drafting fucking injury prone guys. It's like, get your fucking shit together. It's like,
yeah,
Olgwin and Hara are like his two pieces to move. He signed Jason Hartman. He's dog shit actually. There's nothing here. Like let's move on to, is it the Brewers or Reds?
um, let's go Brewers. I think they're more fun.
Well, there's only one guy to talk about. I'm just gonna sit on fucking Benton Kaiser and like get hard over these goddamn stats because like MVP, Rookie of the Year, All Star, Silver Slugger. He's that guy. And this feels like to me like the epitome of everything Milwaukee is like. You might have close to the best player in the league, but the only reason you do is because you're drafting like eighth or earlier every fucking draft, and you can't build a team around it. And so you'll have Ben Kaiser at like minimum salary, but you can't do jack shit because you don't have anybody else because you're hitting one out of every three like top seven picks, right? And so you'll have like an elite guy and then like two busts. An elite guy and then like two busts. An elite guy and then like two busts. And so then you end up having to
I
trade
think
away
you
this
are.
guy,
I
and then you have no
Jacob,
one else.
Jacob. I think you're wrong. I think you're
Really?
wrong about his farm. Um, click on his farm,
Alright.
and then uh, there is a lot of good-looking
Dude,
players on
there's
his farm.
always a lot of good looking players. There is
No, but I'm
always a lot of
saying,
good looking players in the Milwaukee farm that just don't fucking pan out.
or I'm not right, but I think there's more there where if a couple don't pan out, he's got a Ben Conley.
So James Tones, he drafted fourth
Whether he can
overall.
play
Look at
left
how
field
many
or not is debatable, but 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 that bat looks pretty good.
James Tones is dead. He
Now
drafted him fourth overall.
James Jones
He's dead.
is going to be one of those busts,
He's
but
dead.
Shane Hilton looks
Ben Connolly
like
looks good.
I
Why
hope.
is Ben Connolly in Double A? Why is this guy not in the majors? This guy can play. Who were you saying?
No, I'm like his best spec is Hilton. And look, for Andrew's sake, I hope he doesn't get hurt and he can dev up because that is a bona fide number one um pitcher. So
Yeah,
he has
absolutely.
a decent looking farm. No, I'm just saying. Now, can he dev them up? Is the question.
No.
So
This is like
he's got a
since
butt
I have gotten
Jones.
here in 2049, this is like 7 seasons. We've been like, oh, Milwaukee's
Okay,
farm looks good. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, he's drafting fifth overall every season and then never doing
and
anything.
it's auto.
Yeah.
Okay, and okay, I'm just trying to be a little positive here,
No,
but
we've got to move past these guys. We can't get stuck on Milwaukee of all teams.
okay. All right, let's move on then.
Yeah, we've got Cincy left
Uh,
in the div.
I mean, this looks like Milwaukee to me, but
It's so I feel bad
without
because
Kaiser.
Paul means well, and I know he's got like a bit of semblance on how to draft a good team, but I just like, he's not doing enough. He's traded guys away. There's not enough here. He had like a few playoff appearances. They like lost in a wild card, I think. Yeah, they had like a few wild
Yeah,
card
it,
appearances.
not nothing has worked. Paul has been in the league for a while.
Yeah, Paul's been here
Like a
forever and a
while,
day. Yeah, Paul is
Yeah,
my favorite human being on the planet because he got me here. Paul vouched for me and brought
hey,
me here because, and so like I'm doing this
You know what
podcast
this
now
actually
because of
is?
Paul.
This is no, I just realized this is my 50th year in Sky. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
I joined in 2006.
Yeah, you've been here
So,
like 5 years IRL. That's insane.
yeah, it's awesome.
Um,
God,
Paul's
it's
team
awesome.
sucks
So
shit,
back to
man.
Zeus or Paul. Nothing Paul has done in his tenure here really has worked.
No.
He's rebuilt. He's had a little bit of a contention window that in and out of the playoffs. For whatever reason, nothing he's done has worked.
Yeah.
And
I
I don't
imagine
know
it's
what
a
the
bit
answer
of
is.
bad luck, but I think it's just like he's busy. He doesn't spend enough time caring for his team or like trying to make deals, and it's like very last minute how he operates. And like part of that is like
Yeah,
he's the commissioner of another league. Like he's fucking busy and he spends a lot of time on that. And like that was the league that was my first out of the park league. So he's doing a lot there and I very much appreciate him, but like it's always going to be few and far between. I think his fundamentals are good. There's a lot of like 75 like 80 win teams that are like barely missing that I just like if he committed like let's say 15 extra minutes a day and was like consistent about how he was exporting every day, he was spending like 30 minutes a day on his team, he was like understanding his dev of his draftees because I don't think he drafts poorly. I think there's like a possibility here. I just don't think he's consistent enough to ever do anything just because of like his activity is all over the place, you know? So
yeah.
I'm sad because I
He
would
needs
love
to
to see him
be.
do well.
He needs. I think this is a product of inactivity.
I agree.
Maybe this is again. I think for the majority of us in this league, this is number one league.
Yeah.
Like I have another league I'm in, and but it pales in comparison. Like that, it's not a daily sim league, so I don't have to go to that league every day, and download a sim.
Yeah.
So, I spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes when I have to download the sim and setting my roster and lineup, and then I come back to Sky. I
Yeah.
think you could say that for the majority of us
Yeah.
is that we live, breathe, and for Sky.
Fuck yeah. This is my only league
And
now. I left
no,
Paul's
but I'm
league
saying
because of
that's
like
what that's what it takes to win.
yeah.
I think you have to live and breathe this league because if you're not, you won't survive.
No,
You'll
I it's
you'll
very much
you'll
agree.
fall into a pool of mediocrity.
Yeah.
Because this league is full of shrewd and expert and
Yeah.
straight up killers,
Yeah.
right? Straight up, no, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, I'm not
like
joking.
the
I get you.
and we've talked about this. Our grade level of GMs has done nothing but go up. And there's some straight up killers in this league.
Yeah, you're
And
talking to one
if
on
you're
the
not
pod
one of
right
those,
now.
I am. Jacob, I agree. You are one of them. You are a straight up killer. Oh, and if you don't live that lifestyle, then I'm sorry, you're not going to do well here.
No, I agree.
And
Yeah.
I'm not trying to name names, but there's some GMs that aren't killers, and
Yeah.
that's why their teams are always drafting in the top 10.
I agree. And like
Okay.
I we're going off on this tangent because I don't think Paul is a bad GM. I just don't think he's an active GM. And if he was able to just like
I don't
fully
think,
dedicate all of his out of the park
and
time
maybe in his
to
other
Sky,
league, he's a killer.
no,
but he's not a killer here.
No, he's not a killer there either.
No.
I hate to break it to you. He's not a killer there either.
Oh, okay.
I was there for 10
Paul,
seasons.
maybe don't listen. Okay, stop listening, Paul.
Yeah, no.
Paul.
Yeah. Do you want to rank the
Okay.
Atlantic?
Um, Indy and then a pile of shit.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. It's Indy.
You know what? I'm gonna go Indy. I'm gonna say Pittsburgh.
That's holy
I'm selling the
fuck.
Twins.
You are
But I'll put
huffing
Minnesota third
copium right
because
now. You are huffing
I,
copium.
look, no, that is an indictment on the Twins more than it is
No,
an
no, no, no,
endorsement
no,
of the
no, no. The
Pirates.
Twins have like two pitchers that can like run circles around like
And
literally everybody.
yeah, but I'm okay. And this hurts my heart with the corpse of Jim Lunsford, batting fifth. It hurts my heart.
Okay.
Okay, it's a corpse of Jim Lunsford.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
and I think the Pirates are younger and the lineup is better.
They're not gonna be
So
healthy, but
I'm
like
gonna
go
buy
for
the
it.
Pirates. I'm
Okay.
not saying the Pirates are a playoff team.
Yeah, no,
I
they're
think
not.
there are
No.
no. I'm gonna sell the Twins this year. I'm
Yeah.
gonna sell the Twins,
Okay.
but the Twins are still third. And then Milwaukee, Cleveland Reds doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're all just like dog shit, like various
No,
iterations of dog shit.
not much to separate. I picked the Brewers fourth because they at least have the MVP.
Yeah, no, and,
So,
and Ben, I hate that you guys voted Ben Kaiser for MVP because he didn't make the playoffs, but like at the same time, it's like they would have won 20 games if they didn't have Ben Kaiser. Like,
hey, hey, guess what we get to go to now? Our division.
oh, because this is our division, because we're in the same division, Jason. We're saving the best for last year, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, so I guess we gotta
Unfortunately,
start with the goddamn.
hey, Jacob, who won the division last year?
Okay, so the Expos and the Yankees tied the division. We both won the same number of games. However, somebody won the season series like 2-10. And that would have been the Expos, who
Whoa. The Expos beat you 10 out of 12 games?
shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck
That,
up.
that can't be true. That can't be true.
I'm not gonna lie. Like last year, I didn't think the Expos were that good. I thought that
I didn't think they were either.
their bats were. I thought their bats on paper were better than how they performed, and I thought their pitching was worse than how they performed. But Jock apparently just has like some bullshit strategy to get the best out of literally every fucking pitcher ever, because he's rostering 13 pitchers right now, and one of them is a lefty. He's got 12 righties on his fucking pitching staff. I am livid that this shit works. It should not work. I hate it. I think their pitching this year is better than it was last year. I think their bats are like the same. I'm pissed off beyond all belief that like they won the division and like beat it, like they fucking beat the brakes off of us, like let's quote Corey here. They beat the brakes off of us. But that they're just running this shit out and it's working because it shouldn't. It's better this year. Max Rea is still a good pitcher. That's a good signing. I hate that he waits till like the last minute to sign like literally any pitcher. And just pays attention to only his bats. Michael Talley has been great. There's been a lot of discussion about him and like how many times he's walked this year versus last
Romano
year.
trade. That was a Romano trade.
Yeah,
so it's going to get a lot of talk.
That was Junior Pennington, who I think is like number 5 on the prospect, number 8 right now. Kirk Sheaves, don't know where he is. He looks good still. I thought about picking him, I think. And Tally looks great. Tally's a dog. He was dog shit last year. 0.6 WAR. He had like a 67 WRC plus. That's insane. What the fuck? Oh my god. He had a 1.2 walk percentage last season. What the fuck? He must have walked like 4 times only. Yeah, so D-Rich and Jacques were messaging in like Stat Central, and they were saying that like I think he's walked more in
Yeah,
in 46
he
plate
walked 6 times
appearances.
last year.
Yeah.
Six,
Yeah, I think he's walked.
six.
Holy fucking shit. He walked 6 times only last season? How many times has he walked this year? Because I think it's got to be more already, right?
See, I'm flashing back to the movie Black Sheep. Sir, do you know how fast you were going? Oh, I don't know, about 86. You were going six.
Oh shit. Yeah, basically. Um yeah, this fucking Expos team like confuses the shit out of me because like I look at their pitching, I'm like, this is a joke. He's running a 12 out of 13 of his rotation as righties. His bats should be better than they are. Tally shouldn't be walking 1.2% of the time. That seems stupid. And they didn't last season, and they beat the shit out of me. And so he's got a whole bunch of guys that look good in his roster this year, like
So
in his prospects
I,
this
I
year.
don't.
Go.
Jacques knows the special sauce. Okay, he's got the recipe. Okay, because um, this is a repeat of the last 20 fucking years of the Expos. You look at the fucking roster and maybe the lineup is good, but you look at the pitching and you go, how?
Okay.
He understands openers and pitch
Oh, okay.
counts
So I can, I
and all
can.
of that, and he's got it down to where he's a genius about it.
Yeah, I can
He has
deconstruct
it
part of
down
that to a
pat.
science. So last
Yeah.
season he would have all righty or all lefties in his rotation and all righties in his bullpen, and he would start all of his starters because he couldn't get his manager to do openers. So all of his starters had a pitch count of like 70, 75. So they would do like 4 innings. So it was basically like an opener starter thing. And so he would get all those guys in and then get the left right splits that he wanted from like starter to bullpen. So you would start like your right handed pitcher or your lineup versus right handers, and then he would like swap to his left handers or vice versa without having to actually do it and like fire his manager or whatnot so that they would listen to him. And so I don't know what
Look,
he's been doing for like ever and a day, but I know that's what he was doing last season. This whole I'm just gonna only throw righties out here is I don't know what the fuck you're doing. I haven't figured that out yet. I'm a little pissed off that it's
he flipped a
working.
coin, and this year was the all righties team, and then next year he flipped, and next year will be the all lefties.
I'm
So,
gonna I don't know if I can handle him just doing that.
well, Jacob, you're just gonna have to build a better team than him.
I built a better team than him. I objectively built a better team than him. I'm frazzled about that. So like speaking of which, second place in the fucking North last year, it was the Yankees. I traded away a bunch of guys actually. My offseason was pretty dull besides signing Madrano. I've got him in the bullpen right now. He will end up getting some starts whenever it matches up that I can get Dickey and Hodgin as going to be like 2 starts in the rotation of like like the 6 games in a week because Prather's out. So if I can get him to match up that like he's not exhausted, so I can get Madrano to get 2 starts. When Dickey or Hodgin are set up for that, then I'll move Madrano in. But he's gonna be my high leverage guy for the time being. But otherwise it's basically the same team. I traded away Rudder because I've got Marlo Palmer, who I think is better than Rudder was by my scout. He's better defensively with that arm. And I traded away, who's the other guy? Oh, I traded Mayha because of DH. And
Yeah.
so I've moved Apane to DH so that I can get like Villarreal to first base. thinking that Sebastian Rizzo would be better, but he's just sucked fucking cock and balls so far, and it's pissing me off that he can't figure his shit out, because he, like, sucked shit last season, too, when I called him up post-call-up day. So, there might be some changes. Otherwise, it's arguably the same roster. We've sucked shit to start to hit the year, but Ryder Carrillo looks real goddamn good, let me tell you.
So is Florence coming up?
A call-up day. Call-up day will
Update?
include both Ryan and Florence. I'm gonna put them on the 40 man at call-up day. Whether they see time depends on how guys are doing.
So I don't think Ryan is going to be ready
Oh,
in time.
dude.
I think
Simmer
you.
down. Like,
I,
share. Look at my screen. Look at my screen.
hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me look at your screen.
He's fucking. He will be ready by call-up day.
Okay, pull him up.
I've got him up on my screen right now. He will be ready by call-up day. He will be
Okay.
very ready by call-up day.
Okay. Oh, I'm just
He
devil's
had
advocate.
a successfully completed here outstandingly completed his BABIP in the dev lab. He will be very ready. His BABIP increased. We've got the number 1 and 3 specs. Otherwise, sorry, go ahead.
So, um, what are you doing with Jones? Vernon Jones. He's
Yeah, I tried
kind
to
of deving
fucking
down a bit.
trade. What, dev down? What do you mean? He did not dev down.
No, I'm just saying his bars don't look as sexy as they used to.
But what do you mean? This guy looks sick. This guy's gonna be nuts.
I'm just
This guy's gonna be so sick. He's gonna hit for like a 300 average and hit like 35 home runs a year. Easily. Easily. Ideally, I would love to trade Apane and then move him into
really.
like a DH first base role. But like,
Well, you could probably get a handsome return for Aponte.
I don't think so. I think people would rather trade Jones, trade for Jones, which like I don't disagree with. And I've got money to spend year in and year out because I don't know if you realize this, but I'm only spending I'm 24th in salary here. I'm not spending dollars. I've been very good about how I'm managing my money here. So
So
I think I
let
can
me
get
ask you
more for
this. So
Jones than
I
Apane.
love your roster. I love your roster. I like that you're being aggressive in free agency. Would you call Ramirez a mistake?
No, absolutely not. He's dev down
I
for
was just
me.
curious because I like the bars are not what they used to be,
No,
and you
I
paid him a
totally
lot of
agree with
money.
that.
And
Like his stuff has died for me, but like I don't think that's a mistake. Like, is it too much? Yes. Is that the price you have to pay to get what was and at the time of like free agency a elite flight starting pitcher? Yeah, absolutely. And like for a lefty, he's a reverse split lefty too. So like his stuff has died a bit for me. It's down to 50, but that should still give me like 7.5, 8Ks per nine. Um, it's dropped from like 60 from when I signed him. His velo hasn't died. His movement's still the same. His control's still the same.
I I was just I'm trying to get a little perspective on some of your moves because I loved it at the time, and then all of a sudden you start seeing a little death hit here and there,
Yeah,
and
no,
he
no, no, no,
wasn't
no.
exactly. Yeah,
I
and
don't.
I don't think I think you're expecting stud lead level numbers, and you got almost a four ERA out of him, and
I've got too much money and not enough things to spend things on. I'm not
yeah.
worried about that in the slightest. I'm front loading things. He's still a very valuable pitcher. Is he a pitcher of the year?
Yes, I
No.
agree. I was just
Yeah,
I was wondering if your expectations were for a little bit more production.
maybe, but like I will take like between Height, Ramirez, Rapont. Those are three guys that can put up 4 WAR year in and year out. The three of them.
Yeah, I actually love height a lot. I think that's
Yeah,
um
he's great.
Um, not off to the best start, but I think he'll turn
It's
it
still
around.
early. I didn't
Yeah.
believe in rust as a thing, and I didn't start literally any of my batters, any of my pitchers, and they've sucked shit all of them to start the year. So I'm like, maybe I should believe in rust. Um, but
Yeah.
I don't know. We're good. We have literally the best prospect pool in the league because we fucking rock. We have the number 1 and 3 specs. We're gonna be good for a while. Florence will be up by call up day.
Yeah. So
So,
I feel like we should talk about Mike Peck because you were
oh,
pretty excited about him in chat.
ooh, yeah. I was talking about him. I was chatting. Mike Peck
Yeah.
rocks. He's on a
Mike Peck
bender
could
right
probably be a
now.
starter.
I signed him to 5 mil a year for the
A
next five
really
years
nice
after
contract.
this out of ARB. So yeah, thank you for bringing this up. That was a great layup, Jason. I appreciate it. Um,
Hey, boom, bing bang boom.
I might move him to the rotation now that I've signed him super cheap. To be honest.
Um, well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually like him as like a stopper. That fastball and the slider is lethal.
Yeah,
Um, and he throws 100 miles an hour. So, what are his splits like? He's a fucking lefty,
yeah,
bro, stopper. I put him right as a stopper. Boom.
yeah. That's what I'm doing.
That is okay. That is a lethal fucking bullpen arm.
It's
Whew.
just that his control isn't great. So he's having a good couple weeks to start here, but he's also an Iron Man. He's had asthma once. That's the extent of his injury history. So getting him at 5 mil a year feels very valuable, just because like he's not gonna die on me. I can rely on him to never get injured.
Yeah.
You know. So that was why I was
Okay.
most excited about him. I don't want to talk about me too much. We're
No,
good.
like everything that you've said. I can't really disagree with anything. I think your roster is fantastic. I love Maxwell Height.
Yeah,
I hadn't seen Mike Peck until just now,
yeah.
so I'm like, whoa.
I
All due
drafted him
respect
in the
to
first, so I sure
all
shit
due
hope
respect to
he works
the
out.
our Baxter guy with the Giants, Mike Peck might be the best bullpen arm
No,
in the
no, no,
league.
no. Simmer the fuck down. Holy shit.
I'm just,
He walks like he's walking a whole bunch of guys. He's got no control. He's a little wild. Let's
I,
simmer
I
down.
love, I love those bars in like a bullpen arm. So,
Oh, I'm gonna
um,
have to teach you about how
and
pitchers
then
work
again,
after
and you got
this.
more stuff coming up in the minors that you have to move some of these guys. I think your roster is just great. It's just whether you can beat those pesky expos, huh?
It's the Expos and the goddamn fucking Memphis Blues.
Okay, so let's move on to
The
a
Blue
team
Jays.
trying to sell.
Yeah.
Um,
Amin keeps trying to sell. I know he's active. I know he knows his shit. I was really looking forward to this team before Rosales went out, because Rosales looked to me like a bona fide, like a bona fide, bona fide. I don't know how the fuck you say that word. Like one of the best players in the league. Like you'd start him at center field because his bars, as a batter are so fucking good. And that's like the truth about his lineup all the way through, is like he's got good batters across his lineup, and he knows how to put together like good fielders. He just chooses not to, and so like we're playing Mike Sawawong at shortstop for some reason because we can. But like if that they're trying to sell, I think because they know or they see that they're not the Yankees, you know.
um,
So
well, I also think that Amin's been good for 30 years. The Jays have been good for. He's missed the playoffs how many times in 30 years? Maybe 3 or 4 times. Um, and it's been a while since he's. I mean, these aren't those dynasty year Jays.
No, they're not. They're
Um,
well rounded. Like they don't have any like
El-
noticeable flaws, but they're not
Alvarado and
dynasty.
Rosales are really good,
Yeah.
but I mean, maybe it's just time to say, you know what, it's okay if I rebuild.
I
I've had like the best 30 years of my life. Maybe it's time. And you know,
they've been very
if
good, and I
South,
trust him to put
I, I
together a
I
good
cannot
team.
believe I cannot believe that he's not getting calls for Alvarado, for Delman, for a host of guys on this
I
roster.
believe that he is. I think the problem is just that like people when they try to trade with Amin, I don't know how to say his
I
name. This
mean,
is Amin.
uh, yes, I mean,
Okay.
I used to work with I mean, way
Okay.
way back. So yeah,
Um, I think they just like feel like if you're trading with the Blue Jays, you are expecting to lose a trade because he has been such a sharp for so long,
yeah,
right? That trading with any of his guys is going to end up poorly for you. And so like he's
yeah,
got really good fucking guys that I think people should trade for. Like I hope he keeps Alessandri because that's a first ballot Hall of Famer in my opinion. That guy's going to be like he should be a career Blue Jay. He should be in the Hall of Fame like day one of his induction, along with like five other guys from like the 2045 draft. But like, there's a lot of very good pieces for other people that should be people you are thinking about. That I think the problem is just that like he's been so good for so long that it's like the question is when he's putting people on the trade block, it's not like how would this guy fit my team, but rather what's wrong with this guy or what has Amin seen that I haven't,
yeah.
right? That is kind of
And
fucking with them.
so um, and I think the Jays are kind of like the Twins, where you've got some good players, but the rest of your roster is just kind of blah, right? And like he's not. I wouldn't call the Jays a contender if you're in the playoffs. I think you can win a
Right? And
series. I don't think you're making a run with this team. As much as Alvarado is good and Alessandri is good, and if Rosales is back, he's good. But I don't think the roster is good enough to make a run in the playoffs.
I don't hate that
Um,
take. Yeah. I think they're well
so
rounded. I
and
just
I
don't
think
think they're
I
like
think Amin knows
exceptional.
this. So
Yeah.
I think he would like to. I know it because I've talked to him. He would like to sell
Yeah.
off some guys, but um, it's whether you can get a team to pay you what you want for Alvarado because I think you can get two firsts and a couple nice specs. And if Rosales is on the block, I think you get the same
Oh,
because I think
Rosales,
those are
if
two elite
he's
bats.
what's his injury
The
history? Hold on.
problem though is that they may be injury prone.
Oh
So
yeah,
that's
I
the only
think
knock on them is
Rosales
that
might be fragile, which might just
yeah,
fuck you because he's like
yeah,
a
and
elite, but like literally at everything. Like I would play this guy at center field in a heartbeat with that bat and like his
yeah,
ability to like play the bases. Um, he's holy fuck has he ever filled in? But like you just can't when he's gonna be injured that often. Like Alvarado's got, yeah, like this is gonna become a scroll guy very soon. You take the risk. I think like you would. Who did you say like you were matchmaking? Who are you
oh
matchmaking with here? Texas?
yeah,
Yeah, like Texas should take that risk. I think. Um, but like there's enough question marks here that I don't think between injury history and everything else that they are like real contenders, right? Like they can maybe win a wild
yeah,
card series, but I don't think that they're
right.
are that otherwise. And like I trust them in the draft, like absolutely. Um They just aren't it right now. So I still think they're good. I just don't think they are like Blue Jays won the North again. God damn it. You know?
Yeah. Okay, let's move
Fourth,
on.
yeah, the Mets, I believe.
It's got to be the Mets, right?
Yeah.
Um, I think the next three teams are going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't really care about any of these
the
teams.
just
Um
looking at the Mets lineup, see some Pirates, so I get a little excited. Um, but
Of course you
there's
do.
not when one of your best players is 36-year-old Suarez, I think you're going to have some problems.
Listen, their best
I
player is
think this
pitcher of the year, Roland Otano. I
right. Well,
should
I'm just
censor
saying.
his last
I
name.
was looking at his lineup.
Ah, I
Um,
see.
Roland Otano was pitcher of the year, and that's funny as fuck.
It
Um,
very much is. Like, what a fucking twist.
um, I don't. I think there's like a decent roster here, but I think it's a 500 team.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
Um,
75 to like 85 wins, depending on how the cards fall.
because he's got major league. Jesus Christ, he has one, two, three, four ex Pirates.
Oh,
Jesus.
I'm a little mad that he's like keeping Conrado Greeley down. This guy's ready. He should be playing. He was one of the best batters in spring training, if I'm not mistaken. So keeping him at AAA, I get why he's doing it, but like if he's not up past call up day, that's kind of embarrassing. But like Brandon just like operates in free agency and puts together like a middle of the road team out of nowhere. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. This is clearly. I mean, I think when we rank the teams, it's going to be number four.
yeah,
And
I
it's not
think they're
saying.
decent. I don't think they're like spectacular.
Yeah, they'll beat the shitty fucking teams, and they'll lose to the good teams.
Is this the Portland Hops of the East? Many are
Ooh,
asking the question, Jason.
wow. Um, no, because I think the Portland rotation now, to get past the side armor nonsense, is better. I mean, I think
Wow,
Otano's the
I
best
was gonna
pitcher,
say
but
I
I think
trust
Portland,
the Mets
I
GM
think
far
Portland's got the
more.
deeper rotation. Fuck, is that a hot take?
No,
You go
no,
Otano and
that's not a
Santiago
hot take at
versus
all.
no,
The,
you go Otano and Santiago against who were the
Otano and
Hops?
Santiago is like a better 1-2 than anything Portland has, but like
Yeah, but I
everything
think
else is just like
Portland
super
goes
fucking
deeper.
mid. Yeah.
I mean, it depends if you like the port. It depends if you like the hops guys. I don't know. I don't know if Zachary Britt, does it. Um,
He does not do it for me. Let me
or
tell you.
Jake
He's
Taylor,
done it in the
who,
past, but like he's not doing it for me, man. His controls died
yeah,
down. His velocity somehow increased, yet his stuff decreased. I don't get how this game works, man.
I actually found another ex pirate on the team, so I think it's five.
Oh, God.
Um,
Yeah. Let's just get
uh,
all the ex pirates. That's
actually, was Corey Martinez? No, he wasn't. Um, um,
not a
I
pirate.
mean, the lineup's okay. It's kind of mid, but
It's very mid.
yeah, 75 to 80 wins and just a
Yeah.
bunch of blah.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I was like, if shit goes right, they can win like 85 to 87 wins if they get like good bounces. Otherwise, they're like a 500 team. So
Well, I think if the Jays were to like sell off some guys and the Mets just pound them,
yeah,
then so
okay.
all
I
right.
don't hate that.
Red
Boston.
Sox.
Um,
Yeah,
this team fucking sucks,
just
man.
this isn't okay. Okay. If you would have told me that Paul is running the Red Sox, I would have agreed with you. This is one of them, and Tyler's a good guy, and
Yeah,
um,
absolutely.
but I just if you're not a killer, you you're. this is the Red Sox, right? They're
They
a
suck.
perennial.
Like they're gonna end up like having to trade away like their best batter is Bryce Fishman. He's gonna have to get traded away as a third baseman. It's just a bunch of free agent signings all down the lineup. Their pitching is Win
He
Bunch, who's
traded
just gonna
for
get injured. He
oh my,
sucks
that's
now.
no. So he traded last year for Boucher,
No, he
and
didn't,
he did well,
dude.
and that contract is enormous, and it gets better.
Oh
And
my fucking no,
yeah,
dude. What the fuck, Tyler? Like every time I've talked to Tyler, he's like asking me about some guy. He's like, "Hey, I'm on a budget. I'm a small market team. Can you trade me this guy?" Haha. We're signing fucking DJ. Okay, so he's got him at 50% retained, but like Jesus fucking Christ, man. You don't pay that much for a first baseman that you can like some
oh,
sort of
I didn't know there was
semblance
retainment.
elsewhere.
Okay, he got 50% retained.
It looks
Okay,
like
it's not that
50%
bad.
retained. It looks better, but like
It could be
still.
worse. I didn't know there was. I didn't know about that. I would look at
I don't know.
okay, look. Okay, we're coming up on 4 hours, so we gotta move through this. But
We only got two more teams, man. This was my
yeah.
yeah.
Well, the last team isn't much to talk about. Um, I don't. I think the Red Sox and the Mets are carbon copies. I think there's some good things on both teams.
I think the
It's just
Mets
it's not going to be enough.
are
I think again.
better by far.
Um,
Jimmy G has been like a stupidly good closer for them.
yeah, I
This
mean,
one pisses me off. He's just been like a stupidly good closer. Um,
yeah.
I
There's some guys here that have some value. What happened to Win Bunch?
oh,
Oh my
he's just been
god!
injured. He's like look at him. He's a
Oh
fucking
my!
squirrel guy. His back is
What the?
fucking yeah. Like look at how many back spasms he's had.
AJ Evans is on this fucking team?
Yeah, yeah. He signed him as a free agent. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It just I'm
Um,
sorry, the pitching blows, man. This the whole
yeah,
team
no,
is
I know we shit on Tyler every year, so I'm trying to find something I like
I
here.
know and I
Um,
appreciate it, but like
but no, but okay, so Tyler had Win Bunch, he had Kaufman, he had Ruick, who he got from the White Sox, who has turned to fucking shit. He had the like 2 years ago, he had the makings of a kind of a good rotation. It just fell apart. So,
yeah. I don't know. He's like
um,
I want to introduce a Hall of Mid for Jacob Jordan, who's been on my team for a while. It's like buddy,
I
we gotta find you a way to be better because you haven't made the playoffs since you haven't made the playoffs since 1997. The Red Sox.
that is incorrect.
I know that he was Dave was the GM of the Red Sox for a bit. He was
Um, Tyler made the playoffs as the Tigers
that's
in
right.
2030 because he lost to the Pirates. Because I remember I sent him a message. I go, I know this is like your first time in the playoffs, but I'm gonna whoop your ass. So I was,
You're so BM.
and then I did whoop his ass.
Yeah,
So,
of course you did. This is like I don't know. They're bad. I really hope he's a good guy.
and I think I think they were reasonably good like 2 years ago. Like he kind of made a run at
Almost.
being like
Yeah.
not garbage, and but this roster isn't good. So
No, it's not. It's
speaking of not good rosters,
I. What is there? Do you want to talk about your
we are
prospects?
going to break down the Detroit Tigers roster from 1 to 26. Let's go. No, we're not.
Just like give
So
your sales pitch for Joshua Rush and whoever else you have
yeah, okay.
available.
So Um, I was when I took over the Tigers, I took them over because they're my hometown team, and they have had one of the worst runs in Sky. And I wanted to bring. I know I'm confident in my skills as a GM that I can fix this fucking team. Uh, fuck, oh my lord. Um, I did not realize how bad it was. So I
It's
told
tough.
JP, we were talking trade yesterday or the day before, and I offered him one of my better specs for the 14th overall pick, just to see if he would bite. Because I said, of all the players that I've inherited from the Sly years, the guy I offered was the only one I trust to be good. Um, so JP turned it down, and
Of
so
course you did.
but
Yeah.
uh, there is nothing here I am excited about. Um,
You got. Can you
I
please stop fucking using Herman Hearn as a pitcher? Can you
I
please?
stopped. He's
Okay,
not pitching anymore.
thank God, because
I tried it last year. He was
oh,
kind of okay. I stopped.
he's a
Um,
borderline starter. Like you can use him as a
I
long
know
reliever.
I
Yeah.
was I was running. I had some injuries, so I tried it. I did a lot of. I started Rush a couple times.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus
Um,
fucking Christ.
I
Oh
was
my.
just trying. Okay, so this is
Oh.
going to be. It's going to get worse before it gets.
Yeah.
No, I'm being flat out
I know you
like
are.
I inherited a bunch
Oh
of these
my
contracts.
God.
It's going look at the
Oh.
salary page, and then wait till you see what I'm trying out next year.
No,
Okay,
I don't want to look at
um,
that, Jason. I don't want
there's nothing coming back next year. I
to.
like
Oh,
I
you're letting
gutted.
go of everybody. Oh my
I
God.
everybody. In fact, like I gave away sheets, and I got a decent spec, but
I'm
Rush
gonna
could go
trade
for.
Rush for a sixth.
I
You
will trade Rush for a third right now.
sixth.
Um,
Sixth. Let's get it done on the
no,
pod
I
live.
won't. So there's some value on this team. I like Zimmerman is a really good player. Like I really like him. So I have high value on him.
That's your
Um,
shortstop, right? Second baseman.
nah, he's playing second base. He plays. I
Ah,
moved him
that's a
around
good
in.
player. I will
Yeah,
give you that. Yeah.
yeah. There's high value there. I wish Loop was better, but he's not.
He sucks. Do
He's just
you
gonna play.
okay, I want to briefly say this was Higgs 1-1 in the 2051 draft. He was like, "I would take Loop 1-1." And this guy sucked
Yeah.
shit.
Um,
So, Higgs, learn how to
I
draft,
wish he
buddy.
was better. He just and he's injury prone. I'm waiting for him to get hurt. No, I am. Like he's injury prone.
Okay. Yeah.
Um, I kind of like Hearn. Um,
Yeah.
I just he's okay. He's nothing great,
He was
right?
injury prone on day one. The fact that he's only got injured this
Yeah.
much is actually like
So
a testament to
so
him not being
no,
that bad.
I don't want to do an hour on the Tigers, but like last year, I signed a bunch of ex Pirates, right? I signed
Yeah,
Idarat,
you did. Dude,
Lunsford,
you were so fucking loyal. Like you signed what's his nuts? You signed Caleb
Lunsford, and
Feynman.
Chet Ross.
Yeah,
No,
and
I had to fill out a roster. Like this roster was really bad.
you're like anybody who is a
So
former pirate, they could be a
yeah,
tiger.
no,
Uh
I did because I this roster was so bad. And
it
in the off
yeah.
season, I probably released seven or eight like 500K guys because Sly had rostered them on the 40 man, and I'm never playing them on the major league roster. I gutted it. I was like,
Oh,
oh my god.
Sly.
So
Oh my
um
God.
there's not much here. My first draft was a disaster. I had three firsts, and one of them might be good. I don't. They dev down, and it's been like my second
Patience.
round pick. It looks like it's pretty good. My second round pick has learned to pitch,
Patience.
so Jeremy Rector is a name to watch because he learned to pitch. He has like a six pitch now. It's not showing up on his page yet, but he on my scouting has it. Um,
5 pitches?
so I I call up. Okay, it's 5 pitches. Okay, so Vaughn Hunt is the best prospect I have, and he's coming up at call up day. Um, he looks like a good hitter.
Oh, he looks great.
Yeah, so I have a second spec that Sly has, and that's McNish, who actually is devved up. And I'm actually okay. He like originally he I didn't think he was gonna be any good. His bars are starting to get better, so I'm like maybe he has a future, but this is gonna be dark.
Yeah,
This is not gonna be good.
you're gonna suck
Like
shit for a
next
while,
year,
buddy.
yeah, next year when like these major league guys are now off my roster and I'm filling in with the garbage in free agency
Oh,
because I
Jason,
look,
I stopped talking about your team
it's
and move some draft picks. Apparently we're holding up the draft right now.
am I on the clock?
No, apparently San Diego and Toronto want. Oh no, it's
Oh,
Arizona. Never mind. What the fuck are people talking about in general? Sorry, keep yapping about your team. My
okay.
apologies.
Well, no, I'm almost look. I signed some. Look, look. I'll move Rush. And look, my ask originally was big.
Dude,
He's 20.
Lyle Prather, Pokey Forrester, and a second round pick for
Yes.
Joshua Rush
Okay.
is
Okay.
insane. It was
Okay.
fucking insane.
Combined scout. Those are like 55 overall guys.
You said it was 260s in a second rounder when we were talking
Okay.
about it.
Whatever.
Is
Okay, Jacob. It's called negotiation. I
I
you start
countered
big.
and you
You
sent me a
start big and
fucking shitty
compromise.
gif. You sent me I
You
said
start big and
Simon
hope to
Benton,
compromise.
Pokey Forrester in a third, which is arguably an overpay, and Simon Benton looks goddamn good. Simon Benton's been hitting.
Oh,
So
look. Okay, well, we couldn't agree. Maybe we'll revisit. No, but I filled the roster out.
Yes, you
I'm gonna
did.
build through the draft. Hopefully I can get some prospects and some trades.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. This is not gonna get it's gonna get worse
It's
than
it's
it's
gonna
gonna
be a
get
while
worse.
before we see the Tigers in the playoffs, and that's okay.
Well,
But
no, well, basically, what I'm hoping is that Vaughn Hunt comes up and is really fucking good, and I can move him. That McNish comes up next year and is really good, and I can move him
you want to
because
move the young guys for hauls to try and like build it on a
yes,
timeline, eh?
yes,
Okay,
because I like my draft. Hopefully, my draft doesn't die after a year
dude,
because last year's draft,
they always die after a year. That's the way it
yeah,
goes. They're D plus one. They just die.
it was ugly. Like Dev reports, I got a Wheeler. I
It was
cried.
ugly.
I cried. It was.
Uh,
I said,
they'll
he went from like a
rebound. They will
75 to a
rebound.
45.
They'll
I was like,
rebound.
oh my god.
They'll rebound. Don't you worry.
No,
All of my
it was
drafts die
ugly.
and then rebounds. I'm
Hey,
rocking the most war in like Sky
so
since
if
I've
you need
gotten
a first
here.
baseman out there, like Vaughn Hunt has like 80 contact, you know. So, all right. So let's rank the teams.
Yeah, I want to hear yours first because you're the
I
bottom feeder
well,
of the
this is
division.
not. I think the Yankees have the best roster
Thank you. I
in the
agree.
North. I don't think it's and I don't think it's close. I honestly
Thank
don't
you.
think
I
in terms of
agree.
talent, in terms of talent, like position by position by position, the Yankees have the best roster.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the Expos
Got
have
some
the secret sauce.
fucking. They got a horseshoe up their ass. Yeah,
I
welcome to
know.
the North,
So let
Jason.
me finish.
Okay.
Now I'm taking the Yankees to finish first because they have the best talent. Jacques is a master of the secret sauce. So the Expos are second.
Okay.
Okay. The
Yeah.
Jays, regardless if they sell or not, are the third best team.
I agree.
The Mets are, and the Red Sox have some good players. They have some crap. So
Yeah.
they're mid. They're fourth and fifth, interchangeable. And the Tigers are going to be hopefully dog shit. Um, and we can get a top five pick because we haven't had a top five pick No, I haven't. I picked ninth and 11th. Like
Uh,
I need to get in that.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
actually, my pick this year was
Trade
probably the
up,
best back in the draft.
trade
So
up.
I
Um,
asked. It was.
I
You
pretty
know,
much totally agree. I'm like Yankees. I think we're the best team in the North. I think the Expos are second clearly, and then the Jays. Then the only thing I would differ is that I think the Mets are like distinctly better than the Red Sox just because they have far better pitching. And then I think you're bringing up the rear here. So like
I'm not. Hey, you got hurt my feelings,
do you
dude.
want to end it off
Like,
by like
I
predicting
like
playoff teams for each conference here, like overall,
when
or
they
have
run
we
the
gotten it
sim,
by
and if
division?
I go 2-4, I'm not mad. Like I wouldn't mind like
That's
a three and
so
three every now and then.
depressing.
But I'm just saying, let's sprinkle in some 1-5s.
That's
I'm okay
oh,
with it.
Jason. I your tolerance for pain is very high, obviously.
Okay, taking over the Tigers. Okay, I was not aware of this much pain.
Yeah.
I okay
Yeah.
okay. I thought the Miners were going to look a little better.
It'll take time. You'll get there, bud.
No, well, hopefully I have some arms I can move, hopefully, and some bats maybe.
Yeah.
Zimmerman is probably my biggest get, and I've had some interest on, but
I think
nothing is.
you can move them. I think
I,
there's
I
somebody
know,
who
and everybody's
should.
gonna cry about my asking price, but it has to be high.
I would
Like
say lower it and just get the best that you can, and because
I'm
some's
again,
better
I'm
than
hoping
nothing.
for some negotiation, but I haven't matched up yet. So hopefully
Okay.
he moves. Again,
Yeah.
he doesn't. I don't have to move him. Like he can stay with me. I'm
There's
fine.
a lot of people that yeah, that's fair, but there's a lot of people that need a second baseman. So
Yeah, I might have signed some ex Pirates to play second base, but
yeah, of course you did. It's fucking.
um
How do you want to end this off? Do you want to
yeah, let
playoff predictions
I
or
think
what?
I think that or no, excuse me, um the Yanks and the Expos are playoff teams.
I agree.
I think Montreal,
You
Atlanta.
okay? It's
Again,
three.
I'm not high on Atlanta because of the pitching, but I he'll yell at me. And Miami,
That's four.
that's 5.
No, you said Montreal and the
Indianapolis is
Expos.
6. I had to pick two more teams.
You chose Montreal and the Expos. You are one less than you
Oh,
think you are.
oh, 2.
The Yankees, the Expos, the Braves, the Marlins, the Blues, that's five.
Memphis,
You need three
Indy
more.
6.
Indy,
I,
yeah.
I, I'm gonna say, you know what? I'll take the Pirates,
That's insane. Holy shit.
and then I'll take the Jays. I think the Jays won't sell everybody off.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The Jays
Yeah,
are
yeah.
not going to sell
I think
anybody.
Virginia is. Uh, I don't think they're going to fall out of the race, and I think the Twins will be in the race. But
Yeah.
again, I told you I'm selling the Twins this year. So
So I have the Yankees, the Expos, the Blue Jays. So that's three. The Braves, the Blues, the Marlins. That's six. And then I'm gonna say Indy and Minnesota's gonna make it just because there's four terrible fucking teams that they're gonna get to play more than anybody else. So that's my eight. If anybody's gonna squeak in, I think Virginia has a chance, but their pitching sucks. I think the Mets have a chance, but they're just like mid across the board. And I think everybody else in the East fucking blows, to be honest
okay,
with you.
all right. So let's do the West real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
So Texas, Chicago, St. Louis.
Okay, three.
Uh,
KC?
no, no, no.
Ooh,
I'm
okay.
selling them. No,
Okay,
no.
that's three.
I don't think the roster's any good. I
Nah.
think last year was way.
Yeah.
No, because I just think the West is better, and then I don't think the roster's any good.
Yeah, I don't hate that take.
Well, and there's not going to be any depth. So if they lose anybody,
Yeah,
they're fucked.
well, like if is more like of an inevitable when with fucking Kansas City.
So the Padres, the Angels, and the Dodgers. That's 6. Seattle, Vancouver. It's the same 8 teams from last year.
I'd see.
No.
I was looking at it.
I have Texas in.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Texas instead of Kansas City.
Yeah, and I think we both agree that the Knights are interesting. And
I think they can play spoiler. I'm not sure they're there yet, but
Yeah.
I actually agree with your
think-
entire West. Yeah.
yeah, and I think you have the Hops and the Giants kind of just sitting there, like stuck in neutral.
Yeah.
I think they need, something to, a spark or something.
Yeah, they need something to like jumpstart their fucking battery, but I don't know if Matt would make that move if it made sense. Tyler is too bitch made to ever make that move. So yeah, I think it's like I think it's interesting because like the strength of teams I think has changed and I think there's a lot more neutrality. But I think it'll be like relatively similar in like who the teams are that do make the playoffs from like last year to this year. So yeah, it'll be an interesting season to see if that's actually how it plays out. Texas, Las Vegas, Virginia, and Pittsburgh are like my teams to watch of like guys who are outside that can make a push if anything goes in. But otherwise, it's like I think things will be relatively similar. So yeah, 4 hours and 5 minutes. 4 hours and 5 minutes. We finished this shit in. So Jason,
Yeah, and
we did well.
I want to thank you because dude, this was a lot of fun, and I think we work well together, and I think our takes really meld well. Like me and the other guy.
I'm a little mad that I agreed with you as frequently as I did. I was looking.
Ryan
forward
does the
to,
same
like,
thing. He goes, "Damn it, you're
right." I was looking forward to disagreeing with you, and I was like, you know what? He's a little
fucking
right
knows ball.
here.
He knows ball.
Yeah. So either we both don't know ball or we both do know ball. So hopefully you're right because then I'm right by association. But I hope that everybody who listens to this enjoys. As always, we appreciate your feedback. I hope this worked out well for you guys on a Friday night. I don't know how the viewership is like. I imagine it's bad on like a Friday night deep into the evening, but
I think people are. I think we have about 10 listeners. I haven't looked at YouTube.
Yeah, neither have I.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and sign off.
Yep.
And I'll see everybody in Slack, as Jake used to say.
Yeah. We'll
Recording
see you
stop.